Alrighty. So anyhow, I just love watching these type of clips and stuff of little coppers thinking that they get an inkling of authority and they have to abuse the shit out of it. These are the kind of little mental midgets that need to be put in their place. This is why Americans need to learn to defend their rights at every opportunity. Anytime anybody ever threatens your rights, you should fully exercise them and get right in their face about it. So anyway, I just love these this group. This channel is Denver. Here, let me just look. Denver Metro Audits. And I love this dude. I love people with great big balls, man, with steel in their spine and not little cowardly fucking bitches, especially like Ryan's little punk ass, or Smokey for that matter. Any punk bitch. You know what I mean? Away with you.
Well, I'm going to exercise my First Amendment right, and I'm going to stand wherever I want to stand on a public sidewalk.
As long as you don't interfere with his operations.
Then you guys need to move then. If I'm interfering, you guys need to move your operation somewhere else.
This guy does want you off his property. Is that something you can do for us today?
It's his property. He's the owner. Right here.
Get on the sidewalk.
I can stand right here.
You're in the roadway.
Leave. Get out of here. Your pride and ego, go, man. Get out of here.
Love that.
Hey guys, welcome to the Denver Metro Audits channel. Today we are watching Walk of Shame. Stay tuned. I hope you will get educated from this audit.
Here's the camera.
Hey, you're in the way of the camera.
Oh, this guy's yelling at me.
You just can't be in front of the camera, okay?
Is that a law?
Yeah, you're blocking this.
No, what's the law that says?
I'll tell you again, then I call the cops.
Yeah, go ahead, call the cops, man. What law?
He got a sign up that said he got a radar sign up letting people know that he's here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you move to the back of his van and do your job?
I'm going to stand right here, sir.
All right. You're talking in circles now, trying to make yourself sound better?
We've been talking in circles. I've been saying that for
No, you're talking in circles. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
I mean, you haven't done anything for me. I never needed you guys.
You've been warned about interfering with government instructions. That's it. You've been warned. Do we need to go beyond that?
Well, I'm going to exercise my First Amendment right, and I'm going to stand wherever I want to stand on a public sidewalk.
As long as you don't interfere with his operations.
Then you guys need to move then. If I'm interfering, you guys need to move your operation somewhere else.
No, that's not how this works.
That's how it works.
So we're going to leave. We're going to give you the opportunity to do your thing and not interfere with his operation. Stand, do your story, whatever you want to do, okay? Just don't interfere with his operation. That's all.
I'm going to stand wherever I want to stand.
As long as you don't interfere with government operations.
And that's not, if I'm on a public sidewalk, I can stand wherever I want. So honestly, this guy right here is, I don't really like this Sergeant White, assistant manager. Assistant manager White right here. Trying to threaten he's going to cite me with a crime. I can stand on a public sidewalk, man. Ridiculous. Telling me I can't stand on wherever I want to stand on a public sidewalk. Stupid.
I'm about to take off. Step back from the car so you don't get hit or anything.
Dude, I'm actually in my 30s, bro. I've made it this long. Well, trust me, I'm good.
I sometimes question people make bad choices all the time. Just make sure you don't get hit by the car.
There he is, guys. Extortionist. Steals money from people for victimless crimes for a living. That's what he looks like.
That's all these motherfuckers are, our policy officers.
So I guess he decided he's going to get the hell out of here because can't steal any more money.
Please move just a couple of feet so I can get out.
Yeah, sure, you're going to go off the curb here?
Yeah, I don't want to slip and slide and hit
you. That shit's unacceptable.
Thank you.
Parasite, guys. Parasite. So he's getting out of here, man. Nothing he can do. Can't steal any more money from people. Piece of crap. Bye.
There's a form on there that you fill out and submit.
Yeah, I feel many times, but
Okay.
it's not book, so I
Okay.
don't
Sir,
know.
you can't record up here. Okay. Yeah.
So I still have to call.
This guy does want you off his
Yeah.
property. Is that something you can do for us today?
All right.
It's his property. He's the owner.
He did just ask you to leave, okay?
Yeah, I mean, he can ask. I mean, I can ask him for $5 if I want, right? He doesn't have to give me $5. Actually, can I get your name and badge number, man?
It's right here.
It's right here. It's right here.
Right here.
Is that RITEHEAR or is that HERE? Right here.
Can you guys just move to the sidewalk?
Name and badge
fill
number,
in?
man. If you're gonna give me a directive, you need to give me your name and badge number.
Okay, do you want my card instead?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Card's fine.
Can you guys move to the sidewalk for us?
Is that a lawful order?
He just asked you to leave. Can you just
Yeah,
move
so
to the, that's all we're
I'm asking you. Yeah, but you're asking. That's fine. You
Just
can
move
ask.
to the sidewalk.
Can I get your guys' name and badge number, please?
Can I have your ID? Can I have your ID, sir?
Hold on a
Yes,
second.
that's 05156. Thank
Oh,
you,
he's
sir. You
yelling.
want my card? No, I just talk like that.
No, that's cool. I like the
Yeah,
card.
you know, I'm gonna give you my card too.
Okay, cool.
All
I
right.
like this guy.
Yeah. Look at that, buddy. Here you go. Oh, I got to write it out. Okay.
Yeah,
Awesome.
some cops
Sorry, I'm
need
sorry,
to
to
be
get your
put in
vote out
their
again?
place.
Martinez
Remember who they
01064.
work for.
Thank you, Martinez.
But of course,
Can I just see your
nobody
ID?
ever
My ID?
exercises their
Yeah.
rights or
Can I see your ID?
Yeah, sure.
puts them in their place, then they're just gonna keep on fucking running their game, man. Shit's out of control.
Your home address.
Oh yeah, like where you live.
Okay.
That's what you want from me, right?
Are you refusing to leave the property? I just need to know to talk to this guy.
Man,
I'm
you're
gonna
giving us unlawful orders,
Take
okay?
that as a yes.
We don't have
okay?
to leave,
Thank
man.
you,
It's a
guys.
public property. You know, I don't have to ID either, man. You have to have reasonable articulable suspicion that we're committing a crime. We're not committing a crime, man. Hey, all three of you guys are illegally parked. Look at this guy parked the wrong way, man. You guys are here to enforce the law. Don't break the law. I want to get this guy specifically, man. Hey, man, give yourself a
You're
ticket
here
for that,
to
bro. That's
enforce the
illegal.
law.
That's a crime. That's shameful, man. Do better.
Back up, away from my patrol car, and stand behind the pole away from us.
Name and badge number.
It's Officer Tatro and his badge 19044. I asked you to stand behind the pole away from us so we can conduct our traffic stop. You are interfering with it.
Sir, I'm on a public sidewalk, so you can put some
You can
tape
back up
You can put some tape up.
away
man.
from me and away from my traffic stop. Do you understand?
You
You are
put some tape
interfering
up,
with my
sir.
traffic
I'm not
stop.
interfering with anything, sir. I'm on a
You are
public sidewalk.
interfering with it. I'm
I'm on a
asking you to
public
stand by the
sidewalk,
pole. As the
I'm
lawful
on a
order,
public sidewalk, sir.
stand by the pole away from me. So you're not interfering with my stop. Are you listening?
I'm listening.
Back it up. Keep backing up.
Are you going to arrest me?
Keep backing up.
Are you going to
If you
arrest me?
keep interfering with my traffic
I'm not
stop,
interfering
I
as a
can
physical thing, sir.
charge you with
Interfering
interference.
is a physical thing, sir.
Right. You're
I'm not
interfering
interfering.
with
I'm
me
on a public
conducting
sidewalk, sir.
my job.
I'm not even near you
Stand
guys. You
behind
guys
the pole.
approached me.
Keep backing
You guys
up
approached me.
because you are here.
Walked up when we put the lead
Yeah,
on you.
yeah, because
We're
you
not
guys are
saying that you
blinding me.
can't-
You're blinding me.
We're not saying that you can't record. We're asking you to just step back behind this pole.
Ma'am, can I get your name
So
and badge
you're-
number?
Officer Miller, 15075.
Thank
Can
you,
you
Miller.
please back up?
No.
Just past this pole.
So
Because
this
we're
pole is
actively investigating.
3 feet. So if I back up 3 feet,
Yes,
that's good enough
what
for
I'm
you.
asking. Yes, that's all I'm asking you to do.
So
is
do you
just
know
to back up
do you know
right
what
here.
obstruction is, ma'am? Obstruction is a physical act. I'm not physically obstructing
I'm just
you.
asking you to back up.
You're
for your
asking, ma'am. You're
safety
asking, but I'm a
because
free
we are
American. I can stand on the
actively
public sidewalk.
investigating this traffic
I can
stop.
stand on the public sidewalk, ma'am. This is a public sidewalk. You see, there's no tape up. There's restricting me.
Yeah, there's not going to be right now. It's a traffic stop, sir.
Okay. Well, if you want me to move, you have to put up some tape, sir. That's the law.
No, it's not.
I know what I'm doing here. I have to get back 2 more feet to the pole, apparently, because I'm obstructing. Obstructing is a physical act, sir. I'm not obstructing by standing on a sidewalk. If I'm obstructing, then you need to put tape up. That's the law. Okay?
It's not the law, sir.
Yeah, it is the law. Trust me. I know what I'm doing here, buddy. Asshole, man. At least the sergeant knows how to de-escalate
I
a little bit.
love
This
that
guy's a
shit.
straight
You're an
tyrant.
asshole, man.
Escalating, getting in my face, trying to push me back.
I love it.
Do better, man. I'm a member of the public.
Better.
I'm a tax-paying citizen.
Right here is the only reason why we're asking you to back up, because
You know what, ma'am?
we don't know what this car
I'm
is
almost
doing.
40 years old. Trust me, I've made it this long. I'm good. I don't need the directives. I don't need you to tell me to back up. I know how to get out of the way of a car.
Okay.
Okay? Ridiculous.
You have
Y'all have a great night.
Yeah, do a better job, man.
Fevered ego and
You're a
stuff your
disgrace,
head up
man.
Your ass.
You're a disgrace.
A
Kick rocks, buddy.
disgrace.
Tyrant, man. Straight tyrant right here. Couldn't wait
Get
to
on the
try to put
sidewalk,
these handcuffs.
Get on the sidewalk.
I can stand right here,
Fuck
sir.
you.
Get on the
I
sidewalk.
can stand right here.
Get on the sidewalk.
I can stand right here.
You're in the roadway.
Leave. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Sir,
It's not
you can
illegal
stand
for
in
me
the
to stand right here.
Pedal on, bitch. Can't do
It's not
nothing.
illegal for
I
me to
love
stand
it.
right here, sir.
It is. You're in the roadway.
No, it's not.
They
I'm
can't
not
do
in the road. This
nothing
is where
to
people
somebody
park.
that knows their rights.
Just let your pride and ego go, man. Get out of here. Look at this guy.
Ego fucking ass.
I hope you like this Walk of Shame episodes. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more episodes.
Love 'em.
Thank you.
I love them. Anyway, we go back to this channel. And so Tim anyway. See you, Smokey. You're fucking banned, bitch. Take your comments and go over on your other fucking your channel with your noise and nonsense. You lying piece of shit. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good night. All right. Well, I mean, I was gonna talk a bit about the whatever virus it is now. I mean, that's the truth, though. I'm just telling you, there's no such thing as a virus. This is why, people are getting the wrong kind of treatment, because everybody believes that there's such a thing as a virus, when that's what, Dr. Andrew Kaufman and, many other doctors, the top virologists, biologists, microbiologists, and everything across the world, there's, hundreds of them that risked their entire career, all the schooling and everything that they paid for, to come out and say, hey, we went and did the research. We read through all the medical papers all the way back to the polio virus, to polio. And there's never, ever they simply changed the definition of the word isolate, when in truth, they've never isolated a virus. No one has ever seen a virus under a microscope at any time in our history. So this is why, it's a misdiagnosis. These are all, these are bacterias. There's bacterias, toxic buildup in the body, and that now all of the shit that they're spraying into the air and putting in our food is introducing fucking nanotechnologies into the human body, so they can literally monitor everything about you. You know what I mean? They can have a fucking satellite sitting there reading all of your body vitals to see if your pulse is quickening while you're talking with police and shit like that. So anyhow, I'm going to put on a little bit of my boy KJ, because he kind of goes over a lot of this stuff too. But, this is giving us an update of what the fuck is going on in the world today. So actually, before I do shift gears, I'm going to go back to, where's my Denver audits, dude? Come back over here real quick. I want to do a couple more of, him showing us what's what. Okay, here we go.
On the sidewalk. On the sidewalk.
You're going to be trespassed, so I need ID from all you guys.
No, that's not how the trespass law works.
Trespass warning.
My God, bro. We read the law, man.
Okay.
We read the law. This is a trespass warning.
Okay, if you guys come back, you'll be trespassed.
Now you're going to do it. Now you're doing it right.
Now you're doing the
First, you violated the First Amendment.
We know the laws better than you do.
Then you didn't know the trespassing law. So this guy is going against his oath to the Constitution. This guy
Going
doesn't
against
care
your
about the
oath to
Constitution
the
that he swore to
Constitution.
preserve.
That needs to be a big time fucking no-no nowadays. But there ain't enough Americans with any fucking steel in their spine or any balls to be able to stand up for their rights, because also they won't ever study the law. They won't ever figure out what the fucking rules are here. And if you don't know the rules, how can you play the game? Bottom line.
Protect and defend, and he claims that city and county ordinances supersede the First Amendment.
Over here all day long.
You did say that. You did say that. So we can go back. So we can go back then. So we can go back in.
This is the ordinance.
So you just threatened us.
Blue line gang.
You just did. Shame on you.
You want paper issued now?
Not right now.
You can't issue us paper. At least tell him the law, dude. He can't give us paper.
He can't.
I like how they never educate their officers.
I love that shit, dude. I do.
I don't know who
The
you are.
building or the
Well, you don't need to know who we are. Well, I need to know why you're here. You have juveniles here, but you're not allowed to film.
I can't quite
Can't
hear
record in here.
What's your name, ma'am?
Can't record.
And who are you?
I work here.
Where are you here filming?
What's your name?
My name is Chris.
Your name's Chris.
How can I help you?
What's your position here?
How can I help you?
Well, I asked you what your position is. That's what you can help me with for now.
Okay. You haven't really answered any of my questions.
But I don't have to answer your questions, right?
Okay. So I'm going to call security.
You gotta lock the building.
Leave the building for what?
Because they want you out the building. They just want you out the building.
Okay, well, I mean, I want $5, but that doesn't mean that.
Oh man, it sucks because he wants you to all of the good ones. Oh, okay. Here's a couple. Here we go. This one looks like a good one.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. You're saying this right here is private?
Yeah, unfortunately. How about you?
How about you suck my you?
People zoom into the parking lot. You might get hit by a
on
car.
your dumb face right now.
Hey, what the?
He put his hands on me first.
Okay, was this before or after you hit the phone?
Before.
Damage the dude's phone. That's gonna be criminal mischief.
Okay. So he gets away with putting his hands on me first.
Well, like I said, at this point in time, if you want to plead your case, you can go to court.
I don't know. I don't want to finish this thing.
All right.
He's gonna leave.
Love this dude.
Hey, whose car did you steal somebody's car today?
No, I did not.
You did not?
Just collected some paper.
You didn't like steal any homeless person's car or anything, did you?
Nope.
Do you know who I am?
Yes.
What's my name?
Miss Vincent.
Can I have your card, please?
Yes.
Please don't f with people.
Will not.
You're here to serve and protect, right?
Correct.
How new are you? Oh, you're Eloise.
Well, you have a good day, Miss
Oh, yeah. You be careful pulling out here. You're going to cause an accident. You might have to stand here and listen to me for a few minutes.
No, it looks wide open now.
Wide open? No, I don't. You're crossing a double yellow. Wait, be careful. What are you doing?
What? I'm on private property?
Yeah.
I'm on the sidewalk, man.
Yeah, that's
You're saying this right here is private?
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, man. This is a sidewalk.
I apologize, but you're wrong. This is a sidewalk, man. I mean, come on. I
Yeah,
get it.
I pay taxes and get bills.
So do we.
You know, I'm autistic and I don't feel comfortable you guys filming me.
Well, then why'd
You
come
walked up to us, man.
We're literally
I
looking a
don't
whole
feel
different
comfortable with
direction.
you guys filming me. So I walked up to the camera.
Don't eat yellow snow. Don't beat your wife.
Yeah.
Don't give me random directives, man. I'm a grown man, dude. Go back to work.
How about you?
How about you suck my dick? Fuck you. What the fuck you talking about?
You're blocking my entrances right here.
You, I'm not blocking.
Blocking
Suck
my
my dick.
entrances right here.
I
and
get it.
people
I know
zoom
where
in.
I'm allowed to be.
I'm trying to
I know
help you
where I'm
guys
allowed
out.
to be. I don't need
I'm
your help.
trying to guys
I
help you out.
require your assistant.
I'm trying to help you guys
Have
out.
a nice day.
People
Go back to work.
People zoom into the parking lot. Be careful. You might get hit by a
zoomed in
car.
on your dumbass face right now.
Hey, what the f you doing, man?
You might get
I'm
hit by a
zoomed in
car.
on your dumbass face right now.
Hey, what the f? Hey, what the f?
Oopsie. You're all on camera, dude.
Whoa! Whoa! What the f's wrong with you?
You got that?
Get the f out of
You
here.
just broke my shit. You just have a problem.
Good.
Right
Yeah, you got a
fucking
big
now,
problem, man.
Congratulations.
What is
Go
wrong
call
with
the
you?
cops.
Congratulations.
I'm warning you.
Congratulations.
I'm warning you.
My shit is
that
broke
people-
right now. You know how much that phone costs?
Good.
It's coming out of your pocket.
Good.
That's right,
People
mother.
zoom into the parking.
I don't give a f about that. You just damaged my shit.
Good. And you got in my
Where's
face.
We didn't get in your space. You came up to us, man. What's wrong with you?
telling
You're gonna get
guys,
hurt, bro.
Be
Go back
careful.
inside. You're gonna
Go.
get
That's how
Be
fucking
careful.
delusional
Go back
I need to
people
watch
are.
where you go
Be
inside.
careful.
Go back inside, bro. You're gonna get hurt. Go back
You
inside.
fucked up, player.
You're gonna get hurt. You just assaulted my friend. Go back inside.
I did not assault you.
Yes, you did. This is an
That's assault,
extension of
bro.
myself.
Good.
This is an extension of me.
I'm
You just assaulted me
autistic, I'm
and damaged my property. Because I called you some names.
You got money
You
to replace it, or
weak-minded
we're
piece
calling
of
the
shit.
Right now. Go ahead and call the cops.
Pay up.
Go ahead and
You want to call him?
Yeah, because that
Call the cops.
he just f***ed up his.
I don't
all
have
of
my
his,
phone.
I got it on camera.
Oopsie.
There's
If
people
you touch
zooming
one
in
of
the
us, you're gonna get hurt. I'm warning you. I'm gonna f you up if you touch one of us. I'm warning you, bro. I don't care, dude.
Are zooming in the parking lot. I'm giving
And
you
you're
guys.
I'm giving you a
This is the
warning.
first time I've ever called the police on anybody.
And you're autistic,
There's
so go
cars
inside.
zooming into the parking lot.
I'm at South Federal Shop Net.
Okay. People zoom into the
Is this your
parking lot.
business?
Pay for that
No.
phone.
You work
Yeah,
here?
in the tack shop right here. Right here. Right here.
You work there.
Get this tack shop.
Barber shop right here. I'm gonna go talk to his boss.
He owns the barber shop.
Huh?
He owns the barber shop.
He just said he don't own it.
Well, he told me he owned it.
Let me see.
I've gotten a haircut from
Zoom
this
in
guy.
the parking lot. Be careful. People might run you over.
You own this?
Man, dude, I'm not a kid, bro. I'm 40 years old. I don't need you to tell me I might get run over. So let's get some bad publicity here. Barbers of 1907 here. Guy wants to come out and give us directives.
Is this your business? How about you get out? Is he the only one working in here? Your barber just told somebody out here. That's okay.
He just knocked my friend's camera out of his hand.
I'm helping you out. People zooming in the parking lot. And you guys are on camera with audio in here.
Good.
Trespassing on.
You haven't told me to leave.
I just said, please go out front.
There he goes.
Be careful.
I told them that there's people zooming in.
Be careful. I'm so concerned about you.
What the hell are you doing? I had no idea they're on private property. Yeah. These mother are sitting. I got in my face.
And then assault Jim Freeman.
Barber just assaulted somebody out here. He's about to get arrested.
He just knocked my friend's camera out of his hand.
I'm helping you out. People zooming in the parking lot. And you guys are on camera with audio in here.
Good.
Trespassing on.
You haven't told me to leave.
I just said, please go out front.
There he goes.
Careful.
I've had my hair cut by this guy twice. He's a total. I knew something was off with him. I knew something was off with him because he makes up all these weird lies all the time. That's blatant lies. He tried to say that Great Clips charges $60 a haircut. So they show up and they go the other way.
There's a cop sitting back there.
Here he comes. Regan. He's running your plate. So instead of helping us, guys, because we're victims of crimes, he's going to go sit over there and run Regan's plate. Here comes another one right here.
I love this.
Two of them.
How you doing? James. I'm James. This is the first I called. Can I start with the name and badge number?
Jason Robinson.
Robinson.
0809.
Very good. I appreciate it.
For you.
This guy right here, I was standing on this sidewalk. The guy from that barber shop who claims he's the owner came out, and he was standing right there at first, and he's telling us we're not allowed to stand here, that this is private property. Obviously, you know that's wrong. He was telling us that we had to leave, and we were telling him no, obviously we don't have to leave. We were recording something over there, and then he got over, and of course he kept telling us we had to leave, and I started telling him, "F you, we're allowed to stay here. Stop and go back to work." And he literally waxed my phone. You can see all the cracks and everything, all this damage, and they all have footage of it. He literally smacked it hard, and it went flying at least 20 feet, and it's broken. So I have a $1,200 phone now that's broken.
You have video footage of it? Yes, we'll show you right now. Regan, you want to show them video footage?
As soon as I figure out why you guys keep running my plate.
I didn't run your plate.
I love this lady.
That's the sound of an American
She's got
worker.
balls, this lady.
Want to be a part of
I
it?
love
Listen
this
up.
chick.
Hello.
And then he obviously went back inside.
Be careful with traffic, guys. I don't want you guys to get hit. People are crazy. I'm just saying, just be careful. Just be careful.
You two do want us to get hit. Don't lie.
Definitely not.
You do love this.
Hey, watch.
Okay.
Want to see it
Is
again?
there anything else past that?
Yeah. It's 2 minutes. It's over 2 minutes long.
So what did he do after the fact?
He just stood here and continued to holler and carry on and say he was autistic and.
Okay. Is there a way you can send that to me by any chance? I can send you a link and you can upload it.
Yeah, if you do that, I will.
Are you looking to press charges today?
Well, I'm going to offer him the opportunity to settle it out of court. It's a $1,200 phone. If he wants to settle with me for $1,000 cash right now, we can keep it out of court, and he won't have a criminal charge on his record. If he doesn't want to do that, then I'm forced to use the court to recoup my damage.
So that would become a civil matter if you go that route, in which case it null us out. So
if it's over $1,000 in value, doesn't that make a criminal?
well, if you're trying to get him to agree to a payment, that becomes a civil agreement at that time. Okay? So what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if he says yes, then he doesn't. Now you have to take him to civil court.
Well, he would have to say yes and do it in front of you right now.
I have a feeling he won't.
Right. I'm just saying we're extending the option. That's all I'm
You guys
saying.
have, I guess, video when he walked up to you guys before he actually did whatever he did?
Yeah, I got all that.
And you guys were just standing here?
You were on the sidewalk.
Nobody approached the store? Did anybody approach the store?
I went in there and asked him if he had a boss in there. He said that he was the owner and asked him if he wanted.
Okay.
I was going to go in there and talk to the owner if he worked there, but he was the owner.
That was after.
Yeah.
Do you have video of him actually walking up to you guys?
Yeah. I'll show you.
Yeah, if you don't mind. What was he saying there?
He's telling them that this is private. He was telling them that they can't be on the sidewalk. Then he's telling them they were blocking it. And then look, and then I got up and ran towards him as soon as they.
I think your view's a little better than hers, even though she has
See
a
that,
perfect view of it. Okay.
He approached him, bam. There was no aggression on our part.
So can I send you a link? Can you upload that video or a portion of that video, whatever it is, of him approaching and then him smacking the phone out of his hand?
He's trying to get him to settle it right now with a handshake gesture.
Alrighty. I'm gonna move on. We're gonna watch a little KJ, little update of what's going on in the world today.
Seriously, though, I think the worst place ever for a massive fire would be one of those factories where they make those little candles that you can never blow out. Good. I hope you had a good weekend.
Viral disease that can be very deadly. Can either take the form of a pulmonary disease, so it affects your lungs and your breathing, or it can be a hemorrhagic disease.
Okay, cool. Typically spread by rodents and can lead to deadly hemorrhagic fever. That doesn't sound fun. I wonder if that's the one where you're bleeding from your eyes. So there we go. 3 passengers have died three people have died, and a British man is fighting for his life after this outbreak. The World Health Organization. It's hard for me to even say that with a straight face. The WHO confirmed 6 suspected cases of hantavirus on board. Illness is typically spread by rodents. All right, we got that. Wow. Not cool. That's all I can say. Antiviruses. Every week, though, there's like a new virus is coming to get you. Taxpayer-funded Texas water park announces Muslim-only day, featuring modest dress and halal slaughtered meat. If you didn't know, there's a lot of meat showing up. I showed a video clip from lady in Aldi showing a lot of their meat now as halal. I mean, that means it was sacrificed to Muhammad. This is meat sacrificed to Satan for your tummy. So always keep that in mind when you see this halal thing. It's no bueno. City-owned water park.
If you know that this is halal meat, you should absolutely refuse to eat it. If you accidentally eat it, there's provision for that. But if you know that it is halal meat, and now you know what halal meat means, that it was, blessed under the name of Allah. And I mean, it's so crazy that you can read the Quran and Allah's description of himself fits absolutely perfectly to a T the description the Bible gives of Satan. And Muslims want to just, believe in their head that we have the best religion, as though it's like their favorite football team. It's insane.
In Grand Prairie, Texas, ignited controversy after announcing an exclusive event reserved for Muslim attendees only. Oh boy.
In Texas. That blows my mind. I can't believe Texans aren't flipping out over this.
Oh boy. Well, you know what, again, this stuff never freaks me out or scares me. I like seeing it. I'm interested in seeing it because I know that it's part of what's coming. And it's about the religion. It's about spreading that religion all over. Because after Jesus takes his bride, these people will be spread all over, perfectly in place, even strategically, I bet, at this time. And like the Bible says, the AC, it's going to be their Mahdi, also our Antichrist, but, all the world will follow him, right? Makes sense now. You can see where that, not all, but you get it. Shoppers falsely identify. Here's another problem with this quickly growing surveillance state. Shoppers falsely identified by facial recognition systems struggle to clear their names as they're guilty until proven innocent. So this really is that Minority Report stuff. It's crazy, man. According to a report from The Guardian, innocent customers across the UK are being wrongly accused of shoplifting by FaceWatch, a live facial recognition. This makes me want to go buy one of those masks. I've shown you all those masks. They're like silk, it looks like, and they're printed, and they look exactly like human faces. And when you put it on and put a hoodie on, it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing.
So, Nemesis, tell me, what is it that you have against Ben? Like, you can just say Ben is a liar, but I mean, that's just saying shit. Why would he be a liar? What has he ever lied about? You know what I mean? Give me something more than just words coming out of your mouth.
I don't know. I don't need it out here in the Ozarks, but when I'm in the city, maybe. Accused of shoplifting by FaceWatch. It's a live facial recognition system rapidly expanding in retail stores, leaving them shamed in public with little recourse to clear their names. In one incident last February, retired health and safety professional Ian Clayton entered a home bargains store in Chester for a routine lunchtime shop. The staff member abruptly ordered him to put down his items and leave, informing him that FaceWatch had identified him as a known shoplifter. Stunned and escorted out past the tills, Clayton was handed a QR code and left standing outside with no further explanation. That right, guys? It's like, look how close we are to all this. Like the serious control grid, coming in. FaceWatch and surveillance.
And it frightens the crap out of me because the TikTok generation is in no way prepared for what's coming. I mean, these people will be so easily coerced into taking the mark and every shot and vaccine. So I was telling people, before 2020 that there was going to be a virus outbreak, and it's only going to be the testing for what's next, for the real scary virus that they've got in mind. So now that that's going to have visual effects more than just a cold. You're going to see people bleeding out of their eyes and ears and shit right in front of you, like, whoa. And that's going to persuade a lot of people that didn't get vaccinated to go ahead and get this one. So, and it's still bad in every direction.
State, right? FaceWatch claims a 99.
This is why you need to have a relationship with the great physician and understand the power of prayer. And if you're not his child, if you're not adopted into his family, then he has no obligation to listen to your prayers. None at all. Now, when you are his child, then he does have an obligation to listen to your prayers. He hears them. So this is where, the power of prayer is real for those who believe. So anyway, and that's why, I believe that by faith in prayer and being smart, being street smart, that's wise, that, we're not going to fucking fall victim to their lies and their bullshit. And if you understand what's really going on here and why people are getting sick for reals, it's toxic buildup in the body. All of the, the shit that's being sprayed in the air. There's nanotechnologies being put in food and sprayed in the air and shit that's going into the human body and causing all kinds of problems, because in this system, they want you completely dependent on the drug dealers, on the doctors. This is the medical industry's fucking business model, dude. And they are, just as the Bible said, making merchandise of us. It's all we are to them. So there's no money in a cure. That's why they don't cure any disease. They treat them.
98% accuracy rate and sent over 50,000 alerts to retailers, including B&M, Home Bargains, Sainsbury's, and others last month alone. Yet affected individuals describe a system that presumes guilt, offers scant support for challenges, and provides no clear path to resolution. All right, we get it.
So out goes your fucking right to a speedy trial. Not that, trials are speedy anymore anyway now in this fucking, corrupt Roman fucking court system.
Crazy dystopian future. Reminds me of Idiocracy. When the dude was talking to the doctor Justin Long came in for a visit. A dystopian society is here. Police are now using surveillance tech to stalk love interests. What? According to a report from The Guardian, law enforcement officers across the U.S. are exploiting powerful automated license plate reader technology to track current partners, exes, and even strangers who've caught their attention, highlighting growing concerns about misuse of expansive surveillance systems. These are, I'm going to put this somewhere else because I'll do a live show some night and I'll be reading a lot of these because I've got some of these I want to put together. But until then, this is crazy. And it's really creepy. And then that makes me think of A Clockwork Orange, how the police officers are like just kind of dumb and degenerate and cruel. Remember that? They were like his friends in the beginning. If you haven't seen Clockwork Orange, anyway, you should check it out.
See, They Live.
Check it out. True classic.
They Live is that movie's hiding a whole lot of truth right in your face, man. Anyway.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on here. Robot police dogs powered by AI are taking over the streets of Atlanta, Georgia. And I've shown you guys actually some clips from Atlanta. There's probably something here. Let's see. No, but yeah, we've seen some of these clips specifically from Atlanta. It's probably one of them. Yeah. It's like,
Oh, how cute.
it's cute now, right? AI bots told scientists how to create biological weapons. Save that too. Good headline. Then you get this. Trans actor uses nature film to groom children. Man, do you remember this person? This is Elliot Page now, is the name. What was hers first name or original name? I can't even remember now. She was in the movie Juno, which was really popular, really big at the time. And she's been in some Christopher Nolan films. He actually has cast her as Elliot Page now that she's transitioned. Christopher Nolan cast her for his next movie that's coming out this summer, which is, what was it? Othello, Odysseus, something like that. I totally forget. Either way, transgender actor Elliot Page is narrating and co-producing a new documentary titled Second Nature, which examines same-sex behavior and gender fluidity across the animal kingdom. So there we go. Unfortunately, Heavenly Father, I pray you break the chains on this young lady. Give her a moment with you. Help her find you. Thank you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Two-thirds of babies are now watching screens, some for 8 hours a day. Oh, man. Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh, my goodness. But 8 hours a day? More than two-thirds of infants under the age of 2 are using screens, with some spending as many as 8 hours a day on devices, a striking contrast to official government guidance recommending no screen time at all for this age group except for video calls with family. Yeah, right? The findings released Tuesday highlight a significant reality gap between health recommendations and actual parenting practices. All right, I'll put all these together. We'll do another live show here soon.
If neuropathy pain won't let you sleep at night, this is something I genuinely recommend doing.
About some of this, and I'll be reading those out for you. King Charles and the Great Reset with James Corbett. Short clipperoo.
I think there's an interesting piece of hypocrisy to point out with regards to this, and specifically King Charles. I have to get used to saying King Charles now, who has just given his royal assent to new laws.
If you guys don't know about James Corbett of the Corbett Report, I highly recommend you subscribe to his channel, his YouTube channel, and I think he's on Rumble. Either way, the dude is a real deal journalist telling truth.
In the UK that okay the idea of gene-edited foods being unlabeled and undifferentiable from normal foods. He has just given his royal assent to that, despite the fact that King Charles not only was the person who literally launched the Great Reset. When World Economic Forum had their launch party, it was King Charles who did that launch and was the first speaker.
The time to act is now.
Who announced the Great Reset to the world. But King Charles goes around the world jet-setting, of course, flying his private jets with all of his attendants. He has something like 120 staff who look after everything, including setting the bath temperature to just the right way and putting the...
Hey, hold on, guys. Is there an audio issue? Because, I read in the beginning, I can't see the live chat. I'm seeing people saying there's an audio issue.
All right.
Let me see. Let me know, please, in the live chat if you guys are having audio issues and what it is. What's going on? Please. Audio issues. Look at my phone. Oh, boy. I'm not going to let this turn into an Abbott and Costello routine. So my voice is okay. It sounds good. Now someone's saying my voice is off. So let's see here.
All right.
Still loud, but the clips weren't as distorted. Let me see.
You can go through this for a minute.
Way I do all the time. So this isn't, something on my end. Well, it is, but I don't know what it is. This isn't normal. I'm always the same, as close as I am to the microphone and everything.
This is in the name of protecting Mother Earth from those horrible, horrible farms that are producing all this horrible greenhouse gas emission. You guys are eating meat. You're eating all these horrible
food. It can only be grown by the corporation. And you're going to eat what the corporation produces for you. It's totally what's coming.
Contributing to the end of nature. What you need is this.
Okay, so clip sounds good and I sound good. Is that correct? And I'm going to wait and just see. Tamara said the clip is good. Can hear you. Sounds better. From Believer. 20 minutes playing with this stuff live. I'm just going to cancel this show. And I'm just going to cancel this show. Oh my gosh.
Edited foods being unlabeled and undifferentiable from normal foods. He has just given his real sense of that, despite the fact that.
Now we're.
So this is how they get, all kinds of, nanotechnology and shit into the human body. So now they can fucking, take your biometrics from all over the fucking place. That's what they're doing. That is the agenda. Whether or not the technology is even going to be reliable is a whole nother matter. We're just fucking lab rats as far as they're concerned.
There? Okay.
Not only was the person who launched literally.
Okay, good, man. Well, thank you. And we'll go ahead and continue and see how it goes, but I'll be watching live chat when I can. If there's any new issues that pop up or anything, just let me know.
Yeah,
thank
keep
you.
It up. It's getting fucking stupid.
Thank you very much. Trump begins rolling out 6G at warp speed.
Trump signed a
Turn this up a hair.
memorandum to accelerate the deployment of 6G. It says one of the purposes of 6G technology is to operate implantable technologies. So these include many things, but the main purpose will be brain chips. Right, so literally brain implants. And recently, a new technology of brain implant was developed by researchers at leading universities called the Biological Interface System to Cortex, BISC, B-I-S-C. What this is, it's a very small brain chip that's basically the size of a postage stamp. It will go in the brain through some sort of surgery. And it will install and merge human consciousness with artificial intelligence. And so it's not.
I mean, it amazes me that there are people that are going to line up for this shit because they want to be super duper smart and have like superpowers and shit. So yeah, I want to have my brain totally, synced in with AI. Whoa.
Not just BISC, but it is also Neuralink and all the other brain implants incoming. The goal is to
again, it's does that make you human anymore? I would be very leery of anything that didn't make you human anymore, because if you understand the principle of the kinsman redeemer in the Bible, Jesus only came to save human beings. That's why he became a human. So that he can redeem us because he is our kin. He is human, 100% human and 100% God.
Literally have some sort of symbiotic relationship with artificial intelligence. This is very worrisome. Once humans merge their consciousness with artificial intelligence, that is it for humanity. And I, for one, will not be taking the 6G AI brain implant. I don't care if I'm left behind. I don't care.
I mean, that's the scary part. If you're not human, Jesus's blood is no good to you. Oof.
If I don't have telepathic abilities with other brain chip users, I'm not going to lose my humanity.
I'm guessing they did a show together, and I haven't seen that yet, so I need to check. I don't know if I checked her channel. Pretty sure I did. Trump begins rolling out 6G at warp speed, this guy says too. We know, bro, it's coming, whether people like it or not. It's that final system is forging ahead. And look what they're doing with the data centers. I just saw a thing where they're talking about building a 60-mile long one in somewhere like Utah or somewhere in these Midwest states with a lot of land. Dude, stay away from Oklahoma. Female demon manipulates man inside pentagram. It's pretty wild. Let's share this one.
That other spirit that I call the Antichrist, okay, like literally its face is like white, square, black, but polished and beautiful and skin. So hard to explain. It has a pentagram laid out in my living room.
I am this guy's fucking story.
And that's a circle with the star in the middle, the upside down star, 5-pointed star.
Pass this one.
Thank you all for being here and supporting Brother KJ. Things happen. Thanks for the love you will. Thanks for the love you all show here. We got you, KJ. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that message. Okay, and now from sweet to tart. You study hard and you manage to get into Oxford, which is one of the most famous universities in the whole world. You arrive on campus, you rush down to your first lecture, and in walks Matt Rayleigh, your tutor for the day.
Yes, I'm in the process of putting a website together, and that is proving to be much harder than it probably should be. And the problem I'm running up against is some imposter syndrome, classic.
Oh, that
basically,
sucks.
what does it mean?
My mic was
to be
muted
an
during my
expert
whole
in something?
commentary right
Because it's really not obvious to me at what.
Anyhow, what I was saying is it's fucked up that, society, the politicians, the government, the, leaders are trying to force us into a position with whack jobs like this to where we've got to sit there and, pretend with them, that you're a girl with your fucking beard and giant boobs. It's fucking insane. So yes, never ever will I ever participate in delusion. We are called to stand for truth, not participating in delusion, not telling this guy out of love that, hey, dude, you're going to go to hell, dummy. There's nothing about you that the Lord is going to accept, and you're dealing with the King of Kings, man. This is, a very mighty king that, yeah, I mean, it's, he's all or nothing. Sorry. You're either all in or all out, pal. So anyhow, yeah, I'm never ever going to sit there and pretend with this guy that he's a girl. Ever. Never. I would rather die.
Point I could describe myself as an expert in something. I have expertise in things, like I've been teaching plenty. My chemistry is pretty solid, but I think I still have this feeling that declaring myself an expert in something is a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't quite know on what basis I would feel comfortable doing that. And lots of people,
what the fuck is going on in England? I can't believe that people in England would be cool with this shit. You know what I mean? Whoa.
Seem to be quite happy with this. They'll sort of declare themselves experts in all sorts of things. Although I would also say that I think we've all come across people who declare themselves experts in things, but when you actually talk to them or you see what they're saying, the reality is not necessarily that. And there are some people who would not say they're experts in things and who actually turn out to be absolutely experts in all sorts of things.
I mean, I can't imagine how this dude wakes up, looks in the mirror, and thinks, "Yep, Man, I look great. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
So I guess the question I have is, if you're someone who has overcome that or who's reached a point where you feel like you're an expert in something.
So yeah, I mean, Oxford, right? Oxford.
That's what
Good to see you all too. Thanks again for being here.
For Oxford education. That's you get.
Sorry if I missed anybody. These are viral squishy dumplings that have exploded in popularity with children and adults. The smell is very strong. If you put them in a bag with a VOC meter, it reads 6.8. This is an extremely serious level. It means the fumes are more toxic than a
All right, I'm gonna go feed my dogs real quick, so you guys might get stuck with a commercial or two. Anyway,
can of paint. But this is a children's toy meant for children that are ages 3+. Check it out.
Dumplings the other day, and I noticed So my daughter brought home one of these viral squishy dumplings the other day, and I noticed a very, very strong smell coming off of them. So went ahead, got 2 of my own, put them in a bag with a VOC meter, as a little experiment, just to see what I would get. And to be quite honest, I did not think it would be this bad. We're at a serious level. VOCs are in the 6.7 in the 6s range, milligrams per meters cubed. This is a children's toy meant for kids ages 3 and.
What seemed like simple tingling was actually the beginning of my forced retirement. You may think this sounds extreme, but when the pain in my feet got so bad that I couldn't even put on my shoes, I thought things that still embarrass me today. And the worst part? My doctor said it was normal with age, part of diabetes, and that I had to learn to live with it. No, nothing is normal when you feel like you're standing on burning coals, even while lying down. Nothing is normal about losing nights of sleep because your feet feel like they're being eaten by electric ants. Nothing is normal about crying in secret after telling your grandson, "I can't," when all he wanted was to play hide and seek. And then everything changed because of a stupid accident. I was in the bathroom trying to cut my big toenail, which was completely numb and purple, when my hand slipped and the blade opened a nasty cut. I only didn't feel the blade because I didn't feel anything anymore. Not cold, not heat, not pain. It was like that foot wasn't even mine anymore. My wife freaked out. She wanted to rush me to the hospital. But that same day, I saw something that changed everything. It was a video from a neuroscientist, Dr. Stevens, explaining that the real enemy behind my neuropathy wasn't age or diabetes itself, but a toxin hidden in almost every supplement and fortified food, synthetic vitamin B6. According to him, this industrial version of B6, harmless on the surface, was slowly corroding the nerves in my feet like battery acid. And the industry knows it, but they'd rather sell medications to manage symptoms than solve the root cause. What saved me? A 100% natural extract from a rare desert plant, wild nopal cactus. This plant survives temperatures of 55 degrees Celsius, 131 degrees Fahrenheit, and up to 8 months without a drop of water. According to Dr. Stevens, the same mechanism that protects the cactus tissue can help regenerate human nerves once the toxin is expelled from the body. I started the protocol that night. 7 days later, the electric shock stopped. 2 weeks later, I was walking barefoot again. Today, I climb stairs, wear sneakers, run after my grandson, and he can't catch me anymore. You need to watch this video before they take it down like they've already tried several times. This is no longer about living with pain. It's about living again.
No, I'm in Canada, and Health Canada is supposed to be regulating this stuff. It's still going up. So these are coming out of China. They're obviously not getting tested. I've already sent an email to Health Canada about this. Keep in mind, things like paint, anything is regulated so that this doesn't happen. Okay? And this is a children's toy, so the quality should be even better. 3 and up is what the box says. Ages 3 and up. Kids are putting these up to their faces, in their mouths, they're busting them, the fillings coming out and going all over the place. Keep in mind, this is what the ambient air quality of my house looks like. Much, much different, as you can see. Crazy. And just as a control, this is where we're at with a empty bag, because all plastic products are going to be some type of VOCs, but as you can see, we're still in the green here. And this is out of the bag. You're sitting on top. As you can see, we're going up, continuing to go up, and this is, again, outside the bag, so. Children's toy for ages 3 and up. I think we're about leveled off there, but we're definitely in the red, as you can see. A little closer to 2 milligrams per meters cubed, but you get my point. And just for fun, we're going to hold the meter over a literal can of paint. We spiked up a bit and then came back down a little, but do you want your children's toy
Not
to
even
be
in the red.
less safe than a can of paint from the hardware store?
Man. Good point, sir. Good point. Some scary crap. Do any of you have children or grandchildren or friends' children that are playing with these Chinese-made squishies? I hope not. Hundreds of thousands.
And I really hope that people can start putting fucking 2 and 2 together here and seeing that, gee, we already have a fucking scheduled war coming up with China, and they're making all of our food, all of our clothing, all of the shit our shit gets packaged in. You know what I mean? That's got all kinds of toxic shit in it. And, we can't figure out why people get sick. It's got to be a virus. It's got to be a virus. We've never seen a virus under a microscope, but we just know that's what it is because that's science, baby. Trust the science, man. Fucking idiots.
Now allergic to beef and red meat after Lone Star tick bites. Do you guys remember we saw a clip a long time ago about a scientist talking about this? It's like a Chinese scientist saying they want to develop these ticks that when they bite you, they give you this disease to where you won't crave meat anymore. And that's supposed to help with climate change. Was the idea.
Oh, no, it's even way worse than that. So, if you get bit by one of these ticks that were genetically engineered by fucking none other than Bill Gates, and now released them all over Texas. So that's where you've got where he bought all of this farmland and shit. You know what I mean? Now they can, have a place to dispatch these fucking things, these little bugs that multiply at some incredible rate. And then, if you get bit by them, then now if you eat red meat, you can fucking die. You can have an allergic reaction and die. So, yeah, this is how we, start moving people towards buying our lab-made meat that Bill Gates has spent fucking billions of dollars in research on.
These little devils. Anyway, check this out.
You've got the Lone Star tick spreading all over the country that they admit now has this weaponized Lyme. Something else.
There he is.
You've got the Lone Star.
Yeah, the clip's on this.
Tick spreading all over the country that they admit now has this weaponized Lyme disease that they declassified, the CIA created. That's the CIA declassified that about a month ago. We already knew decades ago and told you that. And they've added to it a beef allergy, another red meat allergy, so that if you get bitten by the tick, you become deathly ill or even die if you ever eat beef again. And then we have the WWF and UN 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, saying we're going to add this to ticks, and that way nobody can eat beef.
See, this is also why they're already making laws and everything to where you can't raise animals. You can't raise pigs and ducks and chickens, and they want to make that so that you always have to buy from the fucking corporation. All your food will be produced by the fucking corporation. So sit down and shut up and enjoy your meal. Even though it's just filled with fucking, everything to help you get sick.
People eat too much meat.
And you'll need treatment. That's where we get you.
Right? And if they were to cut down on their consumption of meat, then they would, it would actually really help the planet. But people are not willing to give up meat. Yeah, some people will be willing to, but other people, they may be willing to, but they have a weakness of will. They say, wow, this steak is just too juicy. I can't do it. I'm one of those, by the way. So, but so here's the thought. right? So it turns out that we know a lot about, we have these intolerance to, for example, I have milk intolerance. And some people are intolerant to crayfish. So possibly we can use human engineering to make it the case that we're intolerant to certain kinds of meat, to certain kinds of bovine proteins. And there's actually analogs of this in life. There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you, you will become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
And then right on time, Pfizer seeks to introduce Lyme's vaccine as states face worst tick season ever. Increase in alpha-gal syndrome meat. How many years ago did I tell you? Decades ago, alpha-gal syndrome is coming. Told you 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago. Did dozens of shows last few years saying, watch, it's spreading everywhere. Ticks are showing up thousands of miles of where they were because they're being dropped out. Turns out the CIA developed this at Plum Island. I'll show you the news articles. They took the Nazi scientists at Plum Island off New York after World War II, weaponized syphilis, called it Lyme's disease, put it into ticks. Now they've added this other pathogen with it, and the syphilis is the carrier for the alpha-gal syndrome. What foods can trigger reactions? Beef, pork, lamb, venison.
All right, got a little bit of that report in there from AJ. Maybe, actually, I got quite a bit today. So,
because food is how you control people, dude. This is why they want full control of food. This is why I keep barking about the U.N.I. cooperative, a food cooperative. The whole backbone of America's economy was the American farmer. We need to go back to that. You know what I'm saying? That's showing you already that, what is really food or what is really money is food. That's why you have, that it's the start of all trade, of all bartering. And you know what I mean? This is, I don't know how it can be more obvious in my little brain. If we don't take control of our food system, which is over $1 trillion a year industry in America, that's just one nation. You know what I mean? Over $1 trillion a year. That's a lot of money, man. A lot of money that could be going into our local economies instead of a bunch of fucking shareholders who are, all suck Satan's dick.
We'll move on for now. Nothing infuriates. Okay, I mentioned this crazy loony lefty lady.
This is our government
with the purple hair a while back.
Fucking
she is the one
moron.
complaining about raw
this
milk.
is the idiot fucking bureaucracy shit that I despise with every fiber of my being. It disgusts me how nowadays too, like dealing with the water treatment systems that we do and everything. It is shocking to me that almost every head of the department is a woman. To me, that's concerning. That ain't good.
It's like, if I was in charge of that organization, I'd take all those people down. Do you know how dangerous that is? He's one of these people, right? Crazy. Anyway, here she is again. And this person says, nothing infuriates an
But these are our leaders now. These are the bureaucratic fucking retards that are our leaders. Just fucking think about that for a second.
Informed congressional Democrat, more than when they realize they voluntarily triggered a debate with someone who actually knows what they're talking about, reads federal statute, and adheres to Supreme Court precedent. Today's self-implosion by, I guess her name's Rosa DeLauro, was quite remarkable to witness without apology or regret. I will always adhere to the best available reading of federal statute pursuant to the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Loper Bright. All right, well, anyway, let's check her breakdown out. So he knows what he's doing. The man that's talking with her, he knows the rules, knows the laws, knows all this stuff, and she just don't know what to do about it.
When climate change is flooding our streets.
When climate change is flooding our streets.
I mean, isn't that the most ridiculous fucking sales pitch you've ever heard? How they try to slide this shit in, and most people just fucking aren't even really paying attention. You know what I mean? Because they don't have an attention span longer than 30 fucking seconds. So anyway, that climate change is flooding our streets. What kind of fucking dumbass thing to say is that? Like, organize your thoughts, lady, before you let retarded shit fucking drop out of your mouth. It's pathetic. And you're supposed to be a representative of the United States of America? What the fuck? Look at your fucking corny ass purple hair. You're fucking 75 years old. It's ridiculous. Grow the fuck up.
It's like the first sentence. So we already know.
Poisoning our air, driving up healthcare and disaster costs.
I hope nobody was in the mood for getting cheered up tonight. So, this is not the show at all. So, because I'm fucking just disgusted with this shit, man. I want Americans to stand the fuck up and fight. Not physically, mentally. We have to fight. You have to fight. Otherwise, we are fucked. There's no way around it. Fight or die. Or live under the fucking control of idiots like this. Idiots like fucking Ryan telling you what to do with your life and how to live it and what to eat and how to think. And fuck that shit, dude. I would totally rather die.
How can the EPA justify abandoning that duty to protect Americans to appease polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. Where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
Absolutely, I have the fucking right to say it's a hoax and it doesn't exist, you fucking idiots. See, all of these motherfuckers know that the earth is still healing after Noah's flood, and the climates were much warmer pre-flood. That's why, of course, it's gonna, it's gonna eventually, it's gonna be heating up for sure. It's gonna get back to, it's moving back towards those temperatures, but this is why you've got a lot of sporadic stuff that, is like unpredictable to man, and also because, we know who the real weatherman is. God absolutely controls all of nature. He can kick up a hurricane in one little mathematical equation, baby. Boom, and there it goes. So, anyways, yes, climate change is total bullshit. It's another fucking boogeyman. In this fucked up system, that's how they've put the Constitution on the shelf through the Emergency Act, the War Powers Act, the Patriot, all these fucking acts that have been passed and all of this and that. That's how they worked all of this bullshit in there. And, because that's what puts the Constitution on the shelf, is being in a constant state of emergency. And that's what has to stop. We cannot afford to pretend any longer that any of these motherfuckers are looking out for us. They don't give a shit about this country. They only give a shit about their bank account, their little family, not yours. So, I mean, that's what's going on here. Is it's fucking narcissism, just fucking off the rails.
What the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
you know what the major policies doctrine is?
Let me just.
You're a member of Congress. You should know.
Well,
you're a member of Congress. It's your job to read all of this stuff, lady. Instead of wearing your little weirdo fucking new agey outfits and shit, like you're the fashion designer lady off of fucking the Incredibles, the little cartoon character. Fucking whack job.
Someone who defended the environment, so all of a sudden.
I'm very defensive about not knowing the two biggest landmark Supreme Court cases of the last year
you are
with
very,
regards to your
you are
question.
very defensive about changing your policy and your positions with regard to the environment. Now,
Okay.
you just
You want me to tell you what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few years?
This is what I want.
Can you prove that you're actually doing your job, lady, as a fucking member of Congress? Do you read anything before you sign it? Or do you just do what your little party tells you to do so that you can keep getting your little fucking paycheck?
Michigan versus EPA.
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the question.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you didn't like my answer because you
did
don't
not
know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is,
Chairman.
because you're asking me.
Chairman, he's asking me questions about, what the actual fucking statute is. And I, as a member of Congress, as a lawmaker, don't know what it is. I'm just sitting up here fucking blowing hot air and trying to sell our fucking climate change scam. Yay. So that my donors keep paying me.
You're asking about Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, and you don't read it. You don't.
To pass all these bullshit laws. This is what, even as an insurance, well, I'm not going to say it because I probably got Ryan's little fucking bitch ass watching me.
Know what it says.
Listen, and what you want to do is to deny, you want
No, I actually read the law.
The fact that I can't, I have to watch what I say because of a little fucking asshole like motherfucking Ryan. That's why you're going to go to jail, Ryan. You're going to go to jail, you little fucking bitch. Yep, because you're going to learn. This is what happens to fucktards like you that want to file false reports on people all of the time with your little ego-tripping fucking bureaucratic mentality of this hive mind fucking piece of shit bill. So just like this fucking hive mind moron too. Yep. You're going to get a taste of your own medicine, you motherfucker, and I fucking hope and pray that you go to jail for a little bit so that you'll come to your senses and realize before you go calling the cops, your ass might end up in jail.
I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law. I read the Supreme Court cases.
And I would say
no, what you should do for your constituents is actually read statute.
The budget is at real risk.
Read your Supreme Court.
This is the Appropriations Committee.
Oh, you
come here.
You care about science? Now you're threatening to defund it?
Oh my God! No, you don't fund
because
science.
you don't know what Loper Bright is. Because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is. Your message to our folks at the EPA is that you want to defund us.
I don't have to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Yeah, I think you have made up.
I made up Loper Bright. I made up West Virginia versus EPA. I made up Michigan.
Idiot.
You drink caffeine every single morning, and you still feel
and
exhausted.
These are the people that
More
are
coffee,
our
more energy,
leaders.
Versus EPA.
Our leaders.
Woe is right. What are you doing? Why are
Wait,
you helping looters?
Man, right? It's like, but this is, I mean,
fucking children. Worse than children, This is a member of Congress. This lady, what's her name? Oh man, Alexia Cortez or whatever the fuck. All of these retards. I'm sick of it. This cannot be the representatives of this country. It can't. This is fucking.
It just speaks for itself. And there's a lot of people like that, unfortunately, in positions of power and prominence. It's like that type of person, whatever label you want to put on it, seems.
That's what America's become, So that's why you got to go pay to get into this fucking fraternity and all of this shit so that you can, live a wonderful life.
To crave that, power over others and whatnot. But then there's people who are led by the Holy Spirit. There's that. So it's not every leader is a bad person. It's just, hey, Anna Graham, thank you very much, my friend. And for being well. Always. Shout out to my whales. Big time. Thank you guys. Always. Shout out to the whales. Absolutely terrifying. Unfortunately, this is now an everyday occurrence in the United Kingdom. Migrants lurking in children's play areas and hiding in people's backyards. So yeah, this is a horror movie right here, if you ask me. Imagine seeing this in your backyard. Oops, sorry. In your backyard with your children's play area.
Would it be all right if I took your daughter out for a date? My name is Smoke. Take your daughter.
I've got kids, me, dog. I've got kids. I've got children in here. Can you go away from me? What are you doing? Stop trying to do it.
The whole time the lady's on the phone to the police. Is that what that said? He still refuses to leave property. I want to read what that said. Whole time the lady's on the phone to the police, the man is at the window looking into the house. Jeepers. What do you think about that, Chubber?
All right, we're gonna fast forward.
Sometimes he's Chubbs, man. Like, I'm pretty skinny these days. This right here is from Riley Gaines. She was an Olympic athlete, I believe, but she gained notoriety for standing up against men and women's sports, and which is awesome. So that's kind of where most of us got to know her, I guess. But it says it's been 7 months since we had our baby, and we're still receiving unexplained hospital bills in the mail. Yeah. Again, this goes back to just where healthcare is now. Thank you, Lord, for the Veterans Affairs Hospital.
This is the problem with the war on nutrition that started way back. You had Dr. Rima LeBeau barking about this, the fact that they declared war on nutrients in food. This is why all of the food that we grow here in America, for some reason, gets shipped over to China to be processed, to then be shipped back to America for us to eat it. Does anybody see a problem here? Let's see. We're probably going to go to war with this country, and they're the ones that are feeding us. And for some reason, we keep getting more and more unhealthy and weaker. That's weird. I don't know. So ridiculous. But yes, now that they've dumbed everybody down so much, if you understand why there's fluoride in the water and fluoride in your toothpaste and what fluoride actually does and all of that, the mercury in our fillings, the medical industry, baby. It's big industry. So anyhow, but yeah, they've dumbed us down so much that this is what you're dealing with, is you have like almost every single fucking state and federal office filled with total fucking morons that probably couldn't score better than 80 on a fucking IQ test.
I'm just going to say that. But wow, people are really going through. I got to throw this in too. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have anything up today or for Saturday, but they Angel Studios, they didn't produce this movie, but they distributed it. But a whole bunch of loony lefty liberal Hollywood people, along with Seth Rogen, of course, but they remade Animal Farm, George Orwell's Animal Farm from back in the 40s, I guess he wrote that. It's been a long time, 50s. But Animal Farm, which was all about the danger of the Bolsheviks, and it was against the USSR and communism in general and all that stuff, right? Well, they've made it now into a big, goofy, animated.
Yeah, I mean, every Christian should know it's obvious. I mean, communism is completely satanic. God wants you to own property. That's thou shalt not steal, is where that's the very first precept of law on property rights. All law came from that one on property rights, came from that one precept right there. Thou shalt not steal. Again, this is why all law is spiritual, folks. And if you're obeying the laws of a false god, then you might be worshiping a false god without even realizing it because you're ignorant.
Movie with fart jokes, close-ups on butts of the animals, stuff like that. And they flipped it around to where the bad guy is actually capitalism. Hey, who saw that coming, right? They even have a character in there, like one of the evil capitalists that drives around in a Tesla. Just stuff like that, right? Like real cool, but just in a total bastardization of what he was talking about. Because I mean, if they did it right, that'd be very important. That's a really important thing to see nowadays, man, with where we're at, just all around the world, especially here in America. Very important reminder, something to see. But that would take some balls, if you'll excuse me. That would take courage. You got to be brave to do that. But that would be amazing. Anyway, they didn't. The whole reason I bring that up is because it was found recently that there's like several well-known kind of right-leaning conservative influencers out there, Riley Gaines being one of them, who apparently were paid to promote Animal Farm, and people are running, and a lot.
Real quick, just so if you've never seen George Orwell's Animal Farm, it is free to watch here on YouTube. I would highly recommend you check it out. So it's, George Orwell was a 33-degree Mason, so they love to hide the truth right in front of your face in their little movies and stories and such. So anyways, might want to check it out. Oh, whoops, did I even do it? Sorry. Here it is. So you can look it up. It's here on YouTube free. I highly recommend you check it out. So anyhow, back to
to see the movie or know what it was about, but saw Angel Studios. I was like, oh yeah. But again, Angel Studios, still, they dropped the ball and they shouldn't have done that. Bad move, man. They had really good grace with the people, man, if you will, pun intended. But they, we're putting out some really quality stuff, man. I mean, it might not be perfect, but it's stuff that Christian families can watch together, and stuff like that. So anyway, kind of weird. Sucks that people do that. She just had a baby. Maybe she needed the money, but it's still dangerous. That's dangerous to promote stuff like that. This has 12 million views, though. Look at this.
I gave birth to this perfect, precious little angel in September of last year. It is April, nearly May of the next year, and I am getting bills in the mail nearly every single week. Let's look at them. Okay, this one is a bill for $2,000. The service description literally just says vaginal birth. Here's another bill for $1,261. What's the description for? Actually, it doesn't even say. Here's another one for $336. The service description is subsequent hospital care. What does that mean? Here's another.
This is the whole other trap of dealing with the medical fucking system now, the quote unquote healthcare system, is that, and now if you don't take the time to call and find out what the fuck did you charge me for this and that, and argue the case, then they get to just go ahead and send this shit off to your credit report, and you're just sitting there going, why is my credit score dropping? What the fuck is going on? Because of all of these, just repeat obscure bills that keep popping up. That's why you're better off not going to the doctor, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
There's $675 charge for hospital discharge day. What service is it? You're just charging me for discharge day? It says on this bill that our insurance information wasn't provided.
Charge you
but
for
our
the day
insurance
you
was
walk
provided
the fuck
on
out of
every other
here.
bill. I don't know. None of it makes sense. My husband just called. He was on the phone for 20 minutes and we got no answers. They said they could get back to us in the next 90 days. So I have to assume that they just hope people pay these without asking any questions. Since President Trump has signed his executive order for hospital price transparency, only 1/3 of hospitals are in compliance. President Trump has done what he can do. We need legislators to act to rein in these unchecked practices and to protect patients and taxpayers from a system designed to exploit them. The markups and the confusion are out of control.
All right, agreed, lady. Riley Gaines.
Well, and this is the thing too, is in our fucked up, financial system. If you, go and study the law on negotiable instruments, you start learning a lot about, stuff like what's, the Federal Reserve window and how all of these debt companies and everything have a contract to where they can go cash in, all of these contracts and this debt and everything. They get paid for it. They collect all of the money and then turn around and sit there and expect you to keep on making the payments. So they literally get paid twice. So, I'm not sure with, all of the medical bills and bullshit, but they're, it's highly probable that there is a tie to all of this, miscellaneous debt being, worked into the whole, inflation and taxation business model here. So, because that's just, it gives them the, I wouldn't say the right to print more money. So, but if there's more debt, then they do more printing, which then, of course, just makes your dollar less valuable. And I mean, taxation and inflation is literally how they get to, have a constant drain in your wallet. You know what I mean? So, anyways, there's, I guarantee if somebody investigated it, there would be a tie between, all of this miscellaneous hospital debt, medical debt, and whatnot. Boom, that's getting, that gives them a legal justification for printing more fucking paper money.
Yeah, I just told you that as the news, like letting you know kind of what I'd seen of that. But I still like the lady and stands for a good cause and all that, Meanwhile, on Megaphone in a Boots pharmacy somewhere in the United Kingdom.
We need.
This is a message to Boots. Stop doing the COVID vaccine. You are killing innocent people. You have blood on your hands. You are administering an experimental injection that has been proven to cause a number of adverse reactions. This vaccine has killed young people. This vaccine is one of the greatest crimes against humanity we have ever witnessed. You need to start researching the type of ingredients that vaccines contain. Aluminium, formaldehyde, mercury. This is the single most toxic substance on the planet.
There's criminal trials starting in America for fraud because of the vaccine.
This vaccine has poor people. We have to stand up. We have to fight this.
As long as Boots aren't affected, you don't care if people have died. It's killed people. That's officially acknowledged by governments around the world.
Over 300,000 registered adverse reactions by June 2021. Now, can anybody who looks behind this desk name one ingredient inside the COVID vaccine?
You're the one that's causing the issue.
We're causing the issue. Versus this. You charged £98.95
Dang.
to potentially die.
For your
You're
death.
defending absolute evil.
This whole company is complicit in murder.
Isn't it fucking evil? It really is some seriously evil shit. And if it's, if Dr. Kaufman and Peter Duesberg and all of those medical doctors that are, claiming, hey, we went back, we read all the medical papers. You guys changed the definition of the word isolate So you've never isolated a virus. No one's ever seen a virus under a microscope. That's bad. So then what is in these vaccines? And you better be careful, folks, because if you're not human, the blood of the lamb is of no use to you. I'm telling you, you need to understand the principle, the legal principle of the kinsman redeemer. Jesus did not come to save animals. He only came to save human beings. That is it. If you are not human, you will not be saved. This is why the mark of the beast is a serious situation. So, I mean, that's the one thing. That's always the big spoken the tires of everyone that the once saved, always saved crowd. If you take that mark, you have sealed your doom. This is a matter of law, and God is always going to uphold the law. So pay attention. You know what I'm saying? Do not get coerced into this fucking bullshit.
Love it, man. That's good stuff. I always like to see the people out in the streets.
I love to see
get the
people
word
with
out.
calls.
Oh, but they're disrupting. Hey, man, do it. Get the word out, man. You got to get it out somehow because the voices were silenced for so long that are anti-vaccine, as you know, especially under Susan.
I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 22. That was in 2002. So I've had this disease for 18 years now. And the first 14 years before I started taking this product was incredibly difficult.
Over there on YouTube. Trump executive order will force Americans to surrender biometric data or lose their bank accounts. What? All under the farce.
Uh-oh.
Bitcoin, here you go, right?
Uh-oh.
Or lose their bank accounts, all under the farce of illegal immigrations. Sounds like the mark of the beast system to me.
How can anyone operate without a bank account anymore? Whatever will you do? Do you see why the U.N.I cooperative needs to be also a huge credit union? Straight up. All of these businesses cannot survive if we do not patronize their business. That's it. If they don't get our money, they can't operate. That's why the power of your purchasing power is your power. And when we combine together in large numbers, now we have a large amount of purchasing power. And this is where this is how you start really changing shit. When you let all of these corporations know we're on to the gig, we see through the scam. We're not going to pretend anymore with you. I'm not going to pretend with you. Just like how Smokey wants us to pretend with him that he's not Josh Herbel. It's pathetic. You know what I mean? Anyways, drives me nuts. So, but yes, this is this be the. Hold on one second.
To me, yet some people will lap it up.
Here we go.
This is from Itty Bitty.
Listen up. Single town in Pennsylvania of 7,000 planned so many data centers, it was equivalent of adding 51 Walmarts. Hyperscale data center in Utah expected to use more power than the entire state.
And this is why they want everybody on the grid, get your solar panels, all to have a grid tied inverter. So when the power goes out, you don't have power, even though you paid for all of these solar panels and stuff, because really it's all going to, we are flipping the bill for all of the power that is going to these data centers. It's all hidden in your power bill. So that's the thing, that they get a bunch of subsidies and stuff to come and build their data center there because it'll create jobs and all of that.
This is getting out of control. Not only are we getting data centers put up everywhere, The U.S. Army deploys first Golden Dome Alps surveillance system to track drones over U.S. territory. Definitely not going to be used for a surveillance state. Speaking of surveillance state, Palantir Technologies is about to control the skies with AI. But this is the one I want to talk about. Trump executive order will force Americans to surrender biometric data or lose their bank accounts. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has confirmed that a Trump administration executive order requiring U.S. banks to verify citizenship for every customer, new and existing, is actively in process. This policy means millions of Americans will have no choice but to obtain and present a U.S. passport containing embedded.
So now you should see, now it should be clear to you why we have such a problem at the border with all these illegal immigrants. You have to be a citizen to vote because all the Democrats are bringing them in here to vote, and we're all getting sucked into the game, the political game. And it's, every bit of it is a trap. So, but this is why we have, all of the immigration problems is so that this can be the solution.
Biometric facial data, or risk being locked out of the banking system entirely. I don't know about y'all, but that's completely giving me Mark of the Beast vibes. Yep. Vincent argued banks must fully know your customer, including legal immigration status, and declare that undocumented immigrants don't have a right to be in the banking system. Like we've been saying for a while now, they are going to use this immigration thing to push a surveillance state. And guess what they're doing? They're using immigration to push a surveillance state. So this is about banks, right? We all know what smart dust is, right? It's a network of wireless microscopic sensors, and they range from a coin's size down to a grain of sand. They don't use plugs. They eat ambient energy, light, heat, or simple vibration. What is the goal of smart dust? It is a living digital skin that will be capable of sensing the world invisibly. Now let's look at this patent, smart dust usage. And it was filed by Wells Fargo. And it's active right now. Systems and methods that facilitate authenticating a user making a payment using mechanical systems devices. They have sensors that collect data and transfer it to a base station device. They can collect sensor data, including biometric data, and capture images of the person. A lot of people want to deny that we're near tribulation because people have been saying this for decades. But when have we had technology like this? We haven't until now. No time in history have we had the technology that will be used for the Mark of the Beast system until now. It's time to wake up to the times we are in. If you do not have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, you need to get one now. The Bible says that if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that he died, was buried, and rose again for the remission of your sins, you will be saved. Don't wait until it's too late.
Great message.
Don't play. Don't play.
Itty bitty Tara, I think's her name. Yeah, always good to throw that out there. Always. Says, look out for those dang ticks. Got a lot of, we have several tick stories this week, oddly enough. Hey, Pandora, that was...
The Smart Dust project was funded by DARPA for military applications, specifically for rapid deployment of defense sensor networks onto the battlefield. Battlefield sensing is inherently about detecting people who don't know that they're being detected. The invisibility and undetectability are deliberate design priorities. This technology appeared in the public with U.S. patent 11354-666B1, Smart Dust Usage, which was filed on May 26, 2016, and granted on June 7, 2022. It is assigned to Wells Fargo Bank and describes a system for authenticating a user making a payment using Smart Dust. Smart dust is technically known as MEMS, microelectromechanical systems, and is comprised of what are called motes. A mote is a single, self-contained microsensor node. Each mote measures 1 cubic millimeter or less and is roughly the size of a grain of sand. These motes are released as clouds with thousands of sensor nodes simultaneously sampling the target from multiple angles and positions. The biometric data being collected includes location, facial and body recognition, heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, breath rate, voice recognition, and fingerprint scanning. The system is designed to create a unique cryptographic signature for every individual based on biological and behavioral data, and is designed to operate without being noticed. The patent describes the motes as a cloud around the user, but UC Berkeley researchers have successfully implanted smart dust sensors into rats in order to monitor and control nerve and muscle activity. This technology requires no batteries and relies on ultrasound to draw power. Scientists claim that for humans, internal smart dust devices could monitor vital signs and could enable control over prosthetics and robotic limbs.
Uses ultrasound to draw power. So, I mean, right there should tell you, number one, yeah, we could all have totally free electricity. Absolutely. They already know how to do it. So, but anyways, and then, oh shoot, what was I got my dog barking out there too, so he's driving me crazy. But anyhow, yeah, I mean, this is getting into the, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That's that's where it's like, dude, and if we just sit here complacent, they're gonna do this. This is gonna happen.
In March 2022, the University of Washington's Dandelion breakthrough, partially funded by the U.S. Air Force, deployed tiny battery-free wireless sensors by wind, inspired by dandelion seeds. The senior author stated that our prototype suggests that you could use a drone to release thousands of these devices in a single drop. In 2024, a large blanket of fog affected the United Kingdom, the USA, and Canada. Over 20,000 travelers in the UK and 3.8 million drivers in the USA were impacted. People described it as a thick blanket of fog with a particle-like appearance, which had an odd chemical, electrical, or burning smell to it. And many people claimed to experience fever, coughing, sore throat, headache, and fatigue after exposure. The fog hit during the Christmas and New Year travel period, when millions were moving around for the holidays. A second patent, US 11748-578B1, predictive text system, was filed in November 2021 and granted on September 2023 to Wells Fargo Bank. This patent describes a system that uses neural networks and machine learning to analyze and predict your financial thoughts and intentions in real time as you type. Combined with the biometric data from Smart Dust, this creates a system that can monitor both what you're physically doing and what you're thinking about financially. A predictive behavioral surveillance system designed to be always on and continuously learning. This is the exact infrastructure needed for implementing a social credit system. The Smart Dust market was valued at $153.9 million in 2024 and is estimated to grow at a compound annual growth rate of over 14.3% from 2025 to 2034. Industrial use has increased significantly in 2023 and 2024, with integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms now allowing smart dust devices to analyze data locally and make autonomous decisions. This technology is currently moving from laboratories to public deployment, which has naturally caused concern. In the 1950s and 60s, the U.S. Army conducted open-air biological and chemical tests over American cities without public knowledge or consent. Greg Reese reporting.
Anyway, Yeah, so this is this shit's for real, homie. And this ain't good. So if we don't do something about it, here's our future. That's not for me, baby.
Wild to hear because I'm a coastie. I was in the Coast Guard for 8 years. She says our neighbor's son was just deployed to Texas in the Coast Guard to battle against the cartel.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Was that and 5G, 6G, couldn't that easily spread ultrasonic waves, ultrasonic frequencies to power these devices? No problemo. Maybe that's why they want them fucking towers all over.
Sounds like the surveillance state is stepping up even more. Wow, yeah, keep us updated, and we'll keep them in our prayers. And yeah, that's really interesting. It's cool. Tell him, well, you don't have to tell him anything, but he did a really made a really good move, in my opinion, going to the Coast Guard. Hopefully, he's been enjoying it. All right, let's see here about the ticks.
32 ticks off a guy yesterday in the ER, and he was. I pulled 32 ticks off a guy yesterday in the ER, and he was just doing lawn work in South Jersey. This isn't even that abnormal. The CDC reported this week that it's the worst tick season in nearly a decade. Rates of people showing up to ERs are double what they normally are. And at that, it's not even tick season yet. The little nymphs that come out and spread most disease because they're super tiny and you can't really see them, they don't even come out for a few more weeks. Lyme disease and the other tick-borne illnesses like anaplasmosis, babesiosis, ehrlichiosis, they don't really typically show up with the classic bullseye rash. Most of the time, it's just fever and headaches and feeling like crap. And it might not even start for a month after you were bitten. If you were outside this spring and you feel like you're still fluish in May, that's a conversation to have with your doctor. Early doxycycline for prevention works. Waiting really is what gets people into trouble. Grab some tweezers, grab it at the base, and yank it out of there. Don't twist, don't burn it, don't put Vaseline on it, don't do anything else other than maybe put the tick in a little plastic.
And you know what's fucked up too? Is disoxyline or whatever he just said. Hold on a minute. You go back.
Bullseye rash. Most of the time, it's just fever and headaches and feeling like crap. And it might not even start for a month after you were bitten. If you were outside this spring and you feel like you're still fluish in May, that's a conversation to have with your doctor. Early doxycycline.
Doxycycline is a very inexpensive antibiotic, but in order for you to get your hands on any, you either got to cruise down to Mexico where you can buy it for, it'll be $14 for 100 pills or something. But no. Here in America, you got to go see your doctor. You got to go pay, $500 and or whatever, or continue to pay your monthly health insurance payments plus a co-payment for you to get your hands on some doxycycline, which could, if you did notice that you got bit by one of these ticks, you should immediately start taking some doxycycline so that you can avoid these problems. So this is, again, another reason why we need the U.N.I cooperative and large groups of people coming together in cooperation to address all of these fucking problems so that we can tell our congressmen, you got to get rid of all these laws that make it illegal for me to buy simple antibiotics over the counter. I don't give a fuck if somebody's using them to make meth or not. You know what I mean? And this is why our citizens need to get out of this mentality of just mind your own business. No. We need to, when somebody's breaking the law, they're sitting in your neighborhood selling meth and shit. That person is fucking, that dude, making his money selling meth is infringing or threatening all of ours loss of freedoms, because we're all just gonna fucking turn a blind eye to this shit and wait for the cops to address it. That's not how America was supposed to be, dude. Nope. Every citizen, this is why, you know, people would get they'd get mobbish. You know, this was a much more peaceful country when everybody actually carried a gun at their hip. Because just because you're big and strong don't mean shit against a gun. Because you may be stronger, but you ain't quicker. Now you got a fucking bullet between the eyes. So anyway, that's why people were a lot more respectful to one another when everybody carried a gun. That's why it should be fucking mandatory in this country for every citizen to always have a fucking sidearm.
For prevention works. Waiting really is what gets people into trouble. Grab some tweezers, grab it at the base, and yank it out of there. Don't twist, don't burn it, don't put Vaseline on it, don't do anything else other than maybe put the tick in.
If you're some fucking homeless dude living in a tent, you're fucked because you'll never get your hands on some disoxoline. So you're just going to have to suffer through this shit. Oh, well, you know, to the Nazis, they don't care. They killed retards. If you had Down syndrome, just like the Spartans, that's where Nazism originated from, is from the Spartans. Any imperfection in the baby, kill it. Not worthy of our society. That's exactly how and every one of the pharmaceutical companies goes back to IG Farben and the fucking Nazis. And the Nazis are straight up just another fraternity of the Catholic fucking Jesuit church.
In a little plastic bag and save it in your freezer for later. Check your kids before bed. Check behind their ears and the hairline. Check behind their knees. Check your dog. Check yourself in the shower. This season is so bad, but it's early, so you have to pay attention.
Great stuff, sir. Will do. Man, that's one of the it's a benefit of living a little bit off ground. It's nice. Try to stay away from that stuff. Developing the Dances with Wolves actor Nathan Chasing Horse. What a cool name. I like that. But you know what? That's one of those movies I've still never seen. Dances with Wolves. You'd think I'd seen it because everybody saw it at one point, but there's a period of time where I wasn't watching a lot of movies. This is when I was in the Coast Guard, definitely, especially those first couple of years. I was on a boat, so we didn't, just kind of wouldn't, you know, watch.
Yeah, we're going to pause this one for a second because I want to bring this one up real quick.
Bill Gates funded research into genetically engineered cattle ticks. Now, 450,000 Americans have red meat allergies from alpha-gal syndrome. That's a real thing, alpha-gal syndrome, caused by tick bites. Did Bill Gates do this? Look, ask Rock. Did he fund research into genetically engineered cattle ticks? Did he do that? There it is. You can tell the tick that has this because it has the one spot on its back.
No kidding.
Yeah. So what happened? His bio mosquitoes didn't work out? Remind me how meat hurts the planet again. Is it by making people physically stronger than Bill Gates?
You see, I mean, and if that's true, if Bill Gates is the one who funded all of this shit and, you know, buys a bunch of farmland and shit in Texas and now just goes and drops little shoe boxes of these fucking ticks and shit everywhere that they made in a fucking laboratory. Let me see. If that's true, then motherfucker, you need to be swinging from the gallows, bitch. Because you and all your buddies need to understand we don't fucking play that shit in America, playa. Yeah, we go gangsta.
A simple tick bite can change your life forever. The condition it causes makes you allergic to one of the most common proteins out there.
In recent years, the cases in Missouri and Kansas have been surging. Up to 34,000 people in Missouri have gotten this condition just in the last 5 years.
Well, a newer kind of tick-borne illness that presents as a sudden allergy to eating meat is starting to become more common on Long Island.
I had been bitten by a tick about 2 months prior, and we had a big pot roast dinner. That evening, I started with hives. It developed into breathing difficulties, and we ended up at the hospital.
Holly's allergist, Dr. Erin McGinty, has treated more than 1,000 patients with alpha-gal.
So, and this is going to be the reason why you're not going to be allowed to have pets anymore or anything that fucking would ever put a smile on your fucking face. So, because, yep, they're, you know, they all are a threat. That's exactly, I mean, you know, it's total control coming our way. And fuck that.
Syndrome.
When was your first case? So I made my first diagnosis of alpha-gal syndrome at some point in 2011. Alpha-gal is a carbohydrate that's found in all non-primate mammals. It's also found in the saliva and GI tract of Lone Star ticks. So if a person gets bitten by one of these ticks, and if they're in that subset of the population that makes this immune response, the Lone Star tick bite is going to induce their immune system to start making this allergy antibody.
A tiny creature called the eastern paralysis tick. Anyone who gets bitten by one of them runs the risk of contracting a largely unknown condition called mammalian meat allergy. If you get it and are diagnosed, the consequences mean you can't eat meat or dairy products. If you get it but don't know you have it, the consequences can be fatal.
Listen, most people are focused on AI, crypto, and digital assets, but the physical world is still built on steel. Steel is in our bridges, factories, ships, railways, energy systems, vehicles, and defense infrastructure. And steel still depends on metallurgical coal, also known as coking coal. At industrial scale, there is still no easy replacement, which is why this sector is becoming strategic again. Even the White House has highlighted coal supply chains and baseload generation capacity as a national security issue, warning that shortfalls could impact America's industrial and defense capabilities. This is no longer just a commodity story, it's becoming a strategic resource story. And that is where Forge Resources comes in. Forge trades on the CSE as FR exposure to real assets, strategic resources. Then through that, we're going into prime reality. So there's a claim out there, and that's been making the rounds for a while, but especially in the last few days.
Got one that can see.
Let's talk about ticks. You guys check this one out.
An invasive tick is spreading through the South, including Tennessee and Kentucky. This is the Asian longhorn tick, which is proven to be fatal to cattle. The U.S. Department of Agriculture says the tick ranges from a dark red color. To gray-green with yellow markings. Since first being seen in the U.S. in 2017,
Yeah, I've been looking up tick stories. I saw something on another channel,
They
and
should be held
it's supposed to
accountable
be
to
an
the
unusually
law.
bad year.
If Bill Gates did this, you know, if he did do that, then I mean, this is fucking inexcusable. And I mean, we definitely should fucking be up in arms. Like, dude, this motherfucker better go to jail, or else we go get crazy up in here. Because this is fucking bullshit. You know, it's time for justice to be restored. This is fucking insane right here.
For ticks. And man, those things are nasty. I even saw a video of they got these little microscopic, tiny ticks, just like thousands of them was on this guy's leg. But check out this other one real quick.
Tick has spread to nearly 24 states, while the Asian longhorn is known to carry some.
You heard about Bill Gates mosquitoes, right? Well, check this one out.
Bill Gates funded research into genetically engineered cattle.
All right, we'll go back to fucking my boy.
Watching a lot of movies for some reason back then. Anyway, but Dances with Wolves is one I just missed. So I've always heard great things about it. Maybe I'll have to watch it.
Okay.
BlackRock yesterday, and this is making many people wonder if we're in black swan territory. If you don't know what a black swan is, it's basically when a financial event happens that tanks the markets unfathomable amounts in like seconds. So for the first time in history, BlackRock is halting withdrawals. $26 billion is blocked. And you may be thinking like, hell with BlackRock, like good, let them go down. But here's the problem. Yes, BlackRock is, they're taking over everything. But if they crash, so does your local gas station. So does all the companies they own, which is like our world right now. People want to cash out of BlackRock, but they said no. System is cracking, panic is spreading, and liquidity is gone. So investors wanted 9.3% of their money back, and BlackRock fully said no, which entails like they don't have it or something else is going on. I'm sure this is like a controlled burn, part of the new financial system they want to implement, right? Basically, the private credit market is in the tubes right now. But with rising oil, war in the Middle East, AI shaking things up, more and more layoffs because of AI, and rate cuts are off the table. And then one of the world's biggest funds says you can't get your money back. This is a massive red flag. And I'm sure none of it is a coincidence either. Now, I can tell you, with everything going on, BlackRock, global economic situation that's unfolding, very shocking. It has never been more important to be of sound mind and body during this pinnacle moment in human history. And right now, Chalk is giving away free $100.
Oh, okay. So I saw some rayons. So this guy's always pitching his product at the end of his video. And it's like, sure enough, here he is. It's crazy times right now, but one thing that can make them a little less crazy is this dry hair Choco. Come on. Why do so many Hollywood stars transition their children? Yep, we've seen this. It's still good to see this the fringe information through other voices too. You know what I mean? I like to share. Sometimes we'll rehash information we know, but that's okay. It's like it's good to see it getting out there. Good to see it getting views. Good to see people asking questions.
I mean, isn't it a funny thought that this is going to be fucking Satan's army against the saints of God? Little feminized fucking douchebags like this. Boy, I'm looking forward to it.
And to understand.
Why do so many Hollywood...
Think YouTube runs live streaming? Think again. The biggest live streams in the US are happening on Rumble. And now
Celebrities have trans kids. Naomi Watts, Jamie Lee Curtis, Charlize Theron, Magic Johnson, Robert De Niro, Annette Bening, Dwayne Wade, Megan Fox, Marlon Wayans, Cynthia Nixon, J-Lo, Jennifer Garner, Rosie O'Donnell, and I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch. Some believe it's a sacrifice they have to make to move up in their satanic club. The celebrity will stay relevant as long as they push one of their causes. Now, whether that's true or not, that's not important. What's important is why does it matter? It matters because celebrities have a huge influence. It matters because gender transitions have increased by 500% in the last decade because of propaganda. It matters because the majority of these transitions happen between 13 and 17 years old. It matters because the suicide rate amongst transgender people is almost 8 times higher versus the general population. It matters because Pfizer leads in hormone therapy drugs. It matters because it's making these demons richer while confusing and weakening our youth. So the next time we see a celebrity come out with their freshly transitioned kid, it's not the time to clap and talk about how courageous they are like all these trash Hollywood magazines. It's time to call out the PSYOP, unfollow the perpetrators, and ask for stricter legislation on this issue.
There's that, but also, they're making deals with the devil, man. That's what I believe. We've even seen people mention that through the years, whistleblowers, people that say were around the club. But the idea that, you got to give something to get something, so you can either invert your child into a little Baphomet or have somebody you truly, dearly love murdered. There you go. Right? Here's your choice. Man, it's so sad what these fools do when they fall into that kind of crap and make these deals. It really is. It's messed up. Man, just faithless. You know? Chasing things of the world. My goodness. Your biofield being watched by Project Salus by Sabrina Wallace. She's always really deep.
How's your phone work?
Pretty good.
Your cell phone, tell me how it works. This was the other bitchiness that I got from people over and over again. They're like, all you're doing is saying, how does your phone work? No, I'm trying to draw your attention to literal tech metrics. I don't know where my phone went. So that you understand how easy it is to log into you and make a change. So, how did we get to this point where all these good people in radio frequency, etc., that they don't know shit about what we're actually doing in the human body? And in order to explain all of this, I've had to make a gazillion signs. I've had to come back out here over and over again. And I've been trying to figure out why it is that nobody else seems to know these things. Okay. This is my great uncle's folder from Shepherd Air Force Base. I often also show his Aberdeen Proving Ground stuff. A little pink book it's hiding at the moment. And then I also go over his old notes with flux density notation with mercury and whatnot. Why? So that people understand that this has been going on for a really long time. So tell me how your phone works. When you click a button and you send an email, you don't see the email leave the phone. It's a wireless, invisible signal, just like your body. It's a body part. So when I worked at UW Whitewater for my job, I found IBM software that they alleged was also used way back when Fauci and them wanted to get their shit off the ground for attacking the human immune system. Well, if you don't know that the human immune system is 80% your biofield, you called it the aura, you called it stupid. Yeah, I know. That's because 6,000 years of human telemetry, chiropractic, and the rest of it for your circulatory system just magically disappeared. Nobody has any idea what's going on. That was 6,000 years of the human circulatory system. You call it chakras. Yeah, they call it aim and fire. 150 years ago, Aleister Crowley and people, yeah, nothing's real except what you can see. There is no biofield. There's no cymatics, there's no radionics, there's no plasmonics. There's nothing except what you can see. Well, that's a body part that's responsible for 80% of our immune system. How do we know for sure? The definition of Children's Hospital, the organs and tissues that comprise the immune system, the thymus, the bone marrow, the lymphatic, your vessels, your spleen, and your skin. And so I'm like, yeah, the human biofield being watched by Project Salus. So the human biofield is the aura, is your W band, 802.15.6. Department of Defense Directive 3000.09, everything is autonomous. And you have an MQ-9 Reaper drone attached to your skin and bone. That's a big bird for those of you that...
Told you, man. Sabrina Wallace, she goes deep, deep, deep. If you're ever interested, go.
Nine members of this family owned by the pedigree of the Phelps family.
So as to prevent the degeneration, provides the answer, so far as this is known. Eugenics seeks to apply the known laws of heredity so as to prevent the degeneration of the race and improve its inborn qualities.
An example of favorable heredity is shown by the pedigree of the Phelps family, members of which have been boatmen on the Thames for generations. 9 members of this family have won the race for the famous Doggett coat and badge. On this diagram, the 9 winners are shown in white. The present head of the family, whose father was a royal waterman, is Bossy Phelps, the King's barge master, now no longer an active sculler himself, but still a coach for others. His son Ted is ex-world and English champion sculler, and also a royal waterman. Ted's brother, Eric, is challenger for the English championship. And, like Ted, here is his wife, who is also normal. They have had 17 children. Let us examine the pedigree of these children. 5 of them died in infancy. 3 are still too young for an opinion to be formed of their mental state, a boy and 2 girls. Only 2 of the remaining children are normal, a man and a girl. The remaining 7 children are all mental defectives, marked on the pedigree in black. Of these, 2 live at home, a man and a crippled dwarf girl. There is 1 man in an institution and a woman with the mentality of a child. The other 3 are all girls and are all in an institution.
Just keep in mind, old Hitler was a Catholic. That's why I love watching like a lot of Christopher Hitchens debates. It's a shame that he considered Catholics Christians, because that's what he didn't understand. Because all of his, his hatred for religion was all towards the Catholic Church.
Of affairs come about. If we examine the pedigree of this family, we find that although the father and mother of the youngest generation are both normal, the father's brother was insane. Their mother was normal, but the father, the grandfather of the youngest generation, was defective, and his 2 brothers insane. Of their parents, the mother was normal, but the father defective. We thus see how mental deficiency has passed from one generation to another, although the parents of the latest generation are apparently normal. In institutions such as this, all over the country, mental defectives are cared for. These are children who are helpless in every way and need constant attention. Once such children have been born, we must do the best we can for them, who can only be educated up to the point of normal children of 7 to 10. Not all mental deficiency is hereditary, but heredity accounts for more of the mild, feeble-minded types, such as you see in this group of men exercising in the grounds of the institution. If carefully trained, they can be taught simple routine tasks. Here are men in the workshops carpentering. Some of them are taught to do the boot making for the colony.
Hold on.
While others make clothes for themselves and their fellows.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll let it play.
Once they have been born, defectives are happier and more useful in these institutions than when at large. But it would have been better by far, for them and for the rest of the community, if they had never been born. Let us turn to a happier picture of the power of heredity. Here is the pedigree of the Godfrey family, famous as bandmasters in the Brigade of Guards for 120 years. Figures in white indicate the members of the family who have revealed unusual musical ability. Here, Sir Dan Godfrey, the musical director, is seen conducting.
So yeah, that wasn't the clip that I was looking for. Anyway, thought it was. There's a old eugenics movie about how the state decides if whether or not you're fit to live. So, anyways, is this it? No. No, I don't think that's it. Anyways, bummer. Was hoping I could find it. But, it's important to understand the mentality of the Nazis, who are just another faction of the Catholic fucking Church, man. So, that's why they have the SS, and that's why the symbol is the swastika. It's a sundial. They're sun worshippers. So, why do you think the Catholic Church has a huge sundial right there at the Vatican?
Arrested. Yeah, this is one of the kind of unwelcome visitor types. The entitlement knows no bounds. But when they're brought in, almost in their defense, but not really, but a little bit. But when they're brought into some of these countries like ours, especially under that thing we called Biden, and given money and really nice places to live and like all these benefits, health, healthcare benefits, everything, man. It's like, gifts, you know what I mean? People just loving all over them, the loony lefters. Dude, right? So you can see where a little bit of that entitlement art just grows more and more. It's like, I'm in America. I'm supposed to be treated like a princess.
Ma'am, I need to take a seat. We told you. Ma'am, please take a seat. Thank you. Ma'am.
Okay.
I'm gonna buckle you up, okay?
Okay.
For safety. So can you sit back?
You're gonna pay for this, Do not touch me. Do not come close to me.
Can you scoot this way a little bit? Can you scoot this way a little bit?
You don't understand Islamophobia. You get it. You get your Islamophobia.
Can you scoot this way just a little bit so I can get the seat held on? I will.
It's gonna take it. It's gonna take it. Assault you, liar. Thank you.
Say, I rebuke Muhammad in Jesus' name.
We're gonna step back
Move
out.
in.
My female partner here is
Push.
gonna do the search.
One of you people tried to kill me, right? Females? Why are you getting close to my breast? You just touched my breast with your chest.
Okay, step out, ma'am. I'm gonna pat you down. Ma'am, step out.
No?
Step out.
The same behavior? You never change?
Ma'am, step out.
You're gonna pay for this.
Face the car.
You're gonna pay for what you did. There's no player in the game. And you know it. Do not humiliate me.
And you know it.
I'm doing my job.
The Muhammad? Right, you're gonna pay for this.
Listen, do you have anything in your pocket?
Attack me? No, it's a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit.
Do you have anything in your pocket?
Islamophobic. You're Islamophobic. You protected your own white people. Know him very well that he tried to kill me. Yep, you know him very well that he tried to kill me.
Spread your feet apart.
Islamophobic. Don't get in my. Do not touch my privacy. Do not touch my private. Right? I am a Muslim. Islamophobic. I am a Muslim.
Okay, have a seat.
Have a seat,
Do what you do best, right? You know who you are, right? The fallen angel.
Did you have her wallet on her?
You understand my language. You understand
There's
New player in the game. She knows their time's coming.
Hey, where's your wallet at? Or your ID, your purse?
Spiritually, I think.
Where's your ID at? Is it in your car?
You're not supposed to do this.
Where's your ID at?
I am not giving you any of my information. What are you doing?
We will.
I'm under duress. I am under duress.
You are under arrest.
No, you're under arrest. Under duress.
Okay.
Right. I am being
Okay,
forced.
cool.
Hey, is her wallet in the car? Her purse? Just her ID?
So yeah, I just want to share that again, just as an example of the entitlement, but that was put upon them by our government. Smoking was good for them. Top heart surgeons claim is breaking the internet. Let's check this out.
On Rumble, stream 24/7 with your favorite live streams, viral videos, live podcasts.
smoking
for 45 years and they're living a healthy life, and they say it's because and obviously we laugh about it because we all agree that it's not true. So why I have patients who have been smoking for 45 years and they're living a healthy life, and they say it's because I smoke. And obviously we laugh about it because we all agree that it's not true. So why did this one case move you so?
Actually, let me stop you right there. Probably it's because he smoked that he's doing so well.
Okay, we need to back up. How do we get there?
Well, I have a whole chapter in that chapter
forward on that.
looking at
Hustle Bitch put it up on X, but it's Dr. Mike on YouTube. So look up Dr. Mike. But Dr. Mike was also one of those that was defending the vaccines a lot, which isn't cool. But anyway, Billy Gates at it again is telling us that if we don't get a digital ID by 2028, we will be isolated from society. Just a couple of years away. Whoa, Billy.
Okay, so let me get. Unless, of course, Americans would actually stand up and say, fuck you. We're not doing this. We are not doing this. That's all it takes is a whole bunch of Americans all at the same time in unity saying, no, we are not doing this. We are governed by consent, and you motherfuckers forgot that. We ain't doing none of this. Fuck you and all your data centers. Fuck you and all your fucking crazy ass satanic fucking medical practices. All of it. We're done. It's over. We're not pretending along with you anymore that you're actually doing anything good for the fucking nation. You're fired. All of you are fired. So whatever, secret oath you took or whatever backdoor deal you made, it's not your fault. Because your ass just got fired and the whole fucking charade just went poof up in smoke. So nobody's to blame. Whatever secret pact, oath, or thing you swore to whatever fucking organization, it's null and void. Blame it on us, we the people, because we're done. We're not doing this no mo. We're done.
Get this straight. Bill Gates is saying that if you don't get your digital ID by 2028, you're going to be isolated from society. If you don't get your...
So the corporations get to tell us what to fucking do, huh?
Digital ID. I mean, I don't know how you feel about digital ID. I think it would take away the whole problem with us, having to need ID everywhere we go. But, some people are religious and they think it's like the sign of the beast or whatever. But Bill Gates is out there telling you that if you don't get a digital ID by 2028, you're going to be isolated from society. Have you looked at Bill Gates lately and his physical health? And everything he has participated in the last 3 to 4 decades and the money that he's invested in. And I mean, we don't even bring up the farmland anymore and what that was all about. Bill Gates. Remember Epstein and what Epstein said in those emails with him and his wife and, needing that special ointment to get rid of that special thing.
Yeah. So have you guys, any of you done any digging in the Epstein files, put names in? That'd be, because now I want to know more about that. What are they talking about? Bill and his wife. And remember, that's why she said she divorced him, was because she was shocked. I can't believe he's in the files. This man represents every white person on the planet. Says we're tired. So again, I wanted to share this because, and remember, I try to always keep it in context. Remember, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ, regardless of color and age, sex, all that other stuff, man. Who cares, right? It's like, we're connected in that way. However, there's a huge push in the beast system to divide all of us racially. We see this all over the place, and we see some of the examples here. And I always make sure to not sit here and show example after example because I don't want to be a part of that programming either. It's like, remain neutral on this. You know what I mean? And still go to Jesus. And then even pray about it, Holy Spirit, I don't know what to think about some of these things. Please guide me, things like that, whatever, but get clarity. And, that's one of the reasons we have him. One of the things he does, he helps us, he guides us. So All right. That being said, this is relatable, I'm sure, from a lot of people. So the programming is settling in.
That's what it seems like. It seems like racist equals white, because no black man can be racist to me. If I criticize a Jew, I'm an anti-Semite. If I criticize an Islamic, I'm an Islamophobe. What are you if you criticize me? What are you if you try and replace me? What are you if you try and tell me I'm wrong for wanting to protect my children? Apparently, you're a perfectly reasonable person, but I'm a racist for wanting to protect my future. No, bullshit. I don't accept the 14 words as a thing. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could even say that they own this concept, as every human thinks this thing. Black people go on and on and on about black. Asians, like Indians, will tell you that India's the best at this. This is Indian, that's Indian, everything's brilliant that is Indian. Good for you. You love your people. I'm glad for you. I love mine. But don't call me I'm a racist just because you don't like the word white. If you don't like the word white, maybe you shouldn't live in a white country. Like, really, if you don't like white people, go away. White people live here. I'm really sick of it. I'll be honest, I'm really sick of it. I'm sick of us being exceptionalized. This is happening every Western country. What we used to call Christendom is under attack.
And you know what's fucked up too is the night that Ryan called the cops on Spider. This is exactly like the exact same angle that Spider was coming from, with all of his fucking nigger talk and all of that shit. But I mean, this is exactly the angle that Spider was trying to articulate. And then you have Ryan button in and continuing to provoke people to anger so that he can fucking, report you. Ooh, man. That's why I hope and pray Ryan's little ass goes to jail and learns a valuable lesson about, look, when you call the cops on people and shit, when you enter matters of law, dummy, you can fucking go to jail being the one that's false reporting. You committed 2 felonies, you dumb motherfucker. So the only fucking thing that could possibly keep his fucking ass out of jail is his handicap. So that's the only thing, which, but still there is I don't know, I would say a 30% chance that Ryan will go to jail and do a little bit of jail time. And I think that would be good for him. It would really fucking change his attitude. He wouldn't come out of jail fucking thinking he can call the cops on everybody and shit. But yeah, anyways, but this is the exact same angle that Spider was all fired up about before Ryan jumped in to fucking provoke him and prod him and try to put Spider under Ryan's authority. You got to be under Ryan's authority. Fuck you, dude. I would fucking never, ever allow that.
By its own people, by its own elite. And we're supposed to just sit here and be arrested for having an opinion. No, I'm not a racist because I'm white. I'm a racist because I'm a human. Every fucking human is racist. It's normal to love your own people more than you love other people. It's normal. The creation of the word racist doesn't suddenly make me an evil person. It's a concept. It's not even a real thing. Well, it's called in-group bias and out-group bias.
Because you grew up in a family. And this whole, family mentality that you develop as a human being is why you love your people.
It's genetics. It's frustrating, to be honest, that these questions even exist.
There you go. See what I mean, though? I mean, I'd say that's relatable in a lot of ways but that's how it's all set up. It's like he just laid out the plan.
Well, Tucker, I mean, it's, both Spider and Ryan are in the same position. Just professing to believe, that you believe in Jesus Is it the right Jesus? Do you actually, love him? Because the Bible is very clear. If you love me, you'll obey my commandments. Because this is about saving souls. Because there's only a certain amount of time, and God gets no pleasure in the death of the wicked. It makes him sad. It grieves him to have to throw people in hell, and that's why that's why I think that's the worst place to be. Because now after all of the evidence and Christians telling you the whole time, and you go to hell, it's like he's twice as mad now that he has to do this. So, anyways, but yes, and Ryan and Spider are in the same spiritual position. Neither one of them know God. They don't know the Lord. And they certainly don't obey him. So, anyhow, there's even a whole, there's a whole part in the, in the Bible about, why would you guys go to law one with another in front of the non-believers? Why can't you judge matters within the church, within the body of Christ? Why do you're, that messes, the way America was originally structured is exactly how the Bible would structure a society. It's how God would run a society of completely free people that have total freedom. That's what God wants for us. But, if we don't obey his instructions, you just don't quite bake the cake. You know what I mean? If you're not going to follow the recipe, you're not going to make a cake. You're going to make something else that is certainly not as good. So, anyhow, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Tucker. So, anyways, yes, people that obey the Lord, we're not going to take people to court, into secular courts that, of laws that literally worship a false god. All law is spiritual, and if you're obeying the laws of Allah in Muslim town and all of that shit, you're worshiping a false god. You're behaving unlawfully, lawlessly. You don't want to be in the lawless crowd when the Lord returns. Not even ignorantly. So, anyway.
They've been playing. It's like he sees it. Then there's this. So this is why David committed, quote, suicide. Let's check this out. David Wilcock.
To a large degree, the mission of capturing a looking glass technology that was dug up in Sumer, which was originally in the possession of Gaddafi in Libya, which is why they attacked Libya. Gaddafi got rid of it and gave it to Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was using this technology, viewing the future. The U.S. government went in after him because they felt that the fate of the world was at stake, because if they did not capture this technology and get it back and deconstruct it, the Earth would have a pole shift. But when you actually decipher these letters, it means the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox. Here's the problem. You look through time with this device, and when you hit 2012, everything goes.
Now, what they're describing sounds to me like what the Bible talks about, the Thurman or whatever it's called. What is it's called the Thurman? Like the Mormons really romanticize the idea of the Thurman, this seeing stone. Let me see, where is that? I gotta find it now. KJV, the Thurman. What? Let me go like this. The Thurman seeing stone. in the Bible. Shit, let me ask ChatGPT. Is there a description in the Bible of a certain stone that the Israel, that the Levite priests would use as a seeing stone, called like the Urim Thummim or something like that? Urim and Thummim, as sacred objects associated with the high priests of Israel. They are mentioned several times. Okay, in this key passage in Exodus 28:30, and thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord. The breastplate of judgment. And 1 Samuel references seeking answers from God through them. Well, let me just do this. Show me the passage in 1 Samuel that references seeking answers from God through them. And when Saul inquired of the Lord answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by Urim, nor by prophets. Okay. And Urim generally understood as the Urim and Thummim. So anyways, this technology that they're describing right here of why they wanted to kill Gaddafi sure sounds like that to me.
Around 1980, a very strange thing has been happening when they use looking glass. There's an interlacing of images. So right now, imagine that if I had this slide on half the time, and then the other half of the time, there was an image of like a face. And if I interlace them slowly, then maybe every second it goes from here to the face to here to the face. Then as it speeds up, it gets faster and faster to the point that if it were complex images, you couldn't make out one from the other because they're flip-flopping so fast. Okay. That's called interlacing, and the frequency of the interlacing gets higher and higher as you go towards 2012. So anytime that they try to look at, like, they used to try to look because they're not using them anymore, 2009, 2010, 2011,
All right, I'll go ahead and move on. But, I think I showed it on a Saturday show. Sling and Stone YouTube channel had an excellent observation and keeping it, in the spiritual where it belongs, and showed a lot of examples because apparently this guy, well, even from what we saw, was channeling spirits believed to be aliens. Part of MK Ultra, was raped as a child, things like that. So oppression, spiritual oppression, demonic oppression. This is funny. Just some of these these silly celebrities. And I've liked some of the stuff this guy's done, David Cross. I've liked some of the stuff through
He was hilarious in Arrested Development. So, and he played Tobias. Hold on.
Years. He's an atheist. He says he's an atheist, but I did a video long ago.
Yeah, I don't care about this.
Then I did a video about the rise of witches in Hollywood. This is over on The Scariest Movie Ever. And a lot of it was about him and his wife. And his wife is a practicing witch and was naming names. And she's an actress also. I can't remember what her name is. Hey, oh, my goodness. Alarms are going off among scientists after detecting a new unknown pollutant in the atmosphere. They've detected a high concentration of a specific type of silicone in the atmosphere, the health effects of which are unknown. What the?
I've fucking seen that shit too, dude. Out here, it's like, with no sun out or up yet, and it's like these clouds, particular clouds, look shiny. You know what I'm saying? Like they're very reflective. Never, in all my life, I've never seen clouds reflect like that before. Because out here in Arizona, they spray shit all the time. There's just crazy fucking chemtrails all over Arizona every day. Like a fucking waffle in the sky.
Whoa, that's weird.
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved.
I haven't seen him do that before. Oh, they're just getting started. I guess that's it. Okay, cool enough. We got it. We understand. GeoWatch. Appreciate it. Christians must seek wisdom to understand what is really behind this horrifying explosion in political violence. Yeah. Good one. Just a good one.
The insurance.
Turn it up a hair.
Do you guys remember when the insurance company CEO got assassinated and got shot in the back? This is like a dad with two young kids. So this is a mainstream dude with the New York Times giving his response.
See, I don't really like how this guy sells everything like he's the one that thought of this shit when he's not. You know what I mean? It's like it would be like me sitting here trying to present you all of fucking JG, what's his fucking name again? Damn. Hold on. KJ. There we go. Yeah, KJ. So anyhow, it'd be like me sitting there, taking all of KJ's work and then sitting there and trying to, sell it as though, I put all of this information together for you. That's what so many clowns do.
To the assassination, again, political violence.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder.
Pause. What he's saying is, yeah, somebody was shot in the back, but honestly, that guy actually, because of the systemic nature of what's happening in our society, he committed a form of what's called social murder.
Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country. And the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths.
Just notice you're seeing a justification rationale.
Because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
Just pause and let that sink in. If you take secular progressive ideals all the way out to their natural consequences, you are going to end up with political violence. It's built on top of a critical theory lens. It's various forms of critical theory. They all come together. Queer theory, anti-racist, all the things. So critical theory sees the world through an oppressor lens. Christian theology, on the other hand, it sees the world through a right versus wrong lens. If I view the world through a right versus wrong lens, I just think you're wrong. And so I want to reason with you and try to persuade you. But if I view the world through an oppressor lens, they're not just wrong, they're actually evil oppressors. That, by the way, is where you get rhetoric like, he's literally Hitler. He's a fascist. By the way, that was what was on the bullet casings in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Hey, fascist, catch. He is an existential threat to democracy. Literally everything and everyone is racist. And here's the deal. If you disagree with me, and I don't just think you're wrong, I believe you're an evil oppressor, I'm not going to try to persuade you. I begin to feel a moral obligation to stop you.
You lie to yourself and tell yourself, I'm actually a hero. Someone's got to take one for the team. And I'm willing to stop this modern day Hitler. And the father of lies, who's so good at lies, convinces you this is actually you doing the most noble thing.
If you have a worldview that's built on top of Christian theology, there's moral guardrails built into our views of opposition. you're not allowed to live by the sword. That's Jesus. You shall not murder. Obviously, in secular progressivism, if there is no moral lawgiver, well, now I don't have any moral law that's restraining me taking life.
And the ends justify the means.
Ends justify the means. It's sheer Nietzschean will to power. What Christians need to learn to think better at a worldview level, and I want to keep saying the same thing, politics cannot fix what politics did not break. And mankind was broken long before any political system was ever put in place.
I don't like this guy. He just comes off fake as fuck to me, man. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Anyway, KJ,
there is one thing and one thing only that can fix what is wrong with mankind. You need Jesus Christ.
Love it. Excellent message, gents. Appreciate you. Trying to think. Oh, David Nasser.
It was an
it's from Josh Howerton.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah,
The insurance company CEO.
That's his name. He's good. I share his clips time to time. Thomas Massey just sounded the alarm. All right, let's check this out. Let them explain.
One of the things in the farm.
There we go.
One of the things in the Farm Bill, I'm still trying to get out of it, was successful in getting this out of prior bills, is immunity for a German company called Bayer that makes glyphosate. This is not to grant farmers immunity. This is to grant corporation immunity if they give farmers contract a form of cancer or non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from this chemical. If this makes it into the Farm Bill, you won't be able to sue for that. And I know they're dealing with some similar legislation at the state level. One of the things in the Farm Bill.
There we go. I thought there was a little more to it, but talking about the Farm Bill.
How they try to sneak shit into
Mr.
the
Massey.
Farm Bill.
People who have their own water supply can grow their own food. These people are a threat to the plan. Totally. This is the terrifying United Nations Habitat 1 plan from 1976. Listen to this. It's amazing when we go back in time and
look at what the
check
fuck
some of these
happened.
sources out, see how they've lined up.
Well, we weren't
just like
paying attention.
Alice Bailey's 10 points to destroy Christianity. It's crazy, isn't it?
That once lived on farms and in rural areas, so-called wildlands, will be relocated to cities, now referred to as human settlements.
And the idea is that if you concentrate populations into specific areas or zones, less energy usage, less water usage, and less transportation. So people will have less reason to leave home. They'll stay in their homes. They may even work out of their homes. And so they're not going to be using their cars. They're not going to be using energy. And they're not going to be using water.
Since, as we saw earlier, the UN is not big on property rights, it should come as no surprise that the first private property to be phased out will be single-family homes, what socialists at UN headquarters consider suburban sprawl. Instead, we the people will live in apartments and condos in megacities near railroad tracks. Our super tall dwelling units will all be built to UN-specified building codes authorized by ICLEI, COGS, the ADA, and a myriad of NGOs and other friends of sustainable development. While the animals run wild in continental corridors, we the humans will live in transit villages and smart cities.
Smart growth or new urbanism is that ideology that says that you shouldn't have more space than you actually need. So if you're a couple of people living in a 3-bedroom house, well, you don't need that extra space. So why do you have it?
There's a clear concerted effort
That is
to
so
make it
up. That
really just about as
socialism right
miserable
there.
as possible.
You don't need that extra space, so why do you have it?
Exist and use your own private transportation, own your own home. All impetus and incentive, financial and otherwise, is to convince people that it is unsustainable to live in your own home. Air conditioning is their duty as a human being, as a global citizen. You say you basically exist and little more.
Man, I think I even I'm going to put this together in a video. This will be good because I can intercut it with things happening now. And yeah, And it still goes on like 3 minutes. But I think I'll stop there. We still got plenty to go. And I'm going to save this because that'll be a good video. That's some really cool information. And I'll verify too. I'll make sure that's part of this UN Habitat 1 plan from 1976. Sound good? All right. How many people are actually Freemasons across the world and never tell anyone? They select family members to be targeted individuals secretly to get gang stalked, is this man's claim.
We all know about the Freemasons. They're fucked up.
Turn it up.
Another fraternal order.
Yeah, so today we're getting into how many people are actually Freemasons across the whole wide world secretly by also being a part of the gang stalker program. Let's get into it.
This family, this is a big.
Rumble Wallet just changed the creator economy.
Kind of a game changer. It's big news.
Tip your favorite creators in crypto.
In America, it's so many people are part of the Freemasons in these occultist families, and you would never know. You would never know because these people are literally raised to fucking. And this is why, like, you know, when someone's like, "Yo, not everyone's out to get you," I'm like, "Yeah, homie, but I've seen too much. I've seen too much." Because it's like, you know, it's like I'd rather keep my fucking guard up because it's like people are literally raised in these families since they are children, and so they know that you're the target, but they have to pretend like they're like. So this is the problem. This is the issue in the spiritual community. This is why there's so many fake gurus and healers and witches that are like, you know, harming people in ceremonies and stuff. Is because they, you know, the angel, like Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light, right? And so it's like they all have to pretend like they're light or they have no idea what you're talking about. You're crazy.
You know, as we were just talking about like trusting people, you know, I'm like, thank you, because now I just remembered why the fuck I don't. But you're right, like there's too many people that are comfortable doing that. And again, like you said, they've seen their family members do that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, there's a select it's literally just the black sheep that are like, hey, this feels weird, you know, like why are you masking who you are, or why are you trying
I'm invoking my right as a whistleblower. Fucking dork.
to make it seem like what I just experienced isn't that. You just made me think of just like family members, like Freemason family members, Eastern Star family members, like people that tried to project that I was doing what they were doing when they were the ones that were in a sorority. It's like, people know what the fuck
That's so weird.
you know? And then you're going to be like, oh, that they're doing this, this, and this. And it's like, no, you just gave yourself away, bitch.
Totally.
Yeah, Smokey.
I'm actually, I need to look that up here. Even Eden episode 8 on YouTube. Even Eden episode 8. And because I'd like to hear more of that whole thing. So I'll put this up for next week. Cool. All right. Think it'll be interesting. Might be an interesting new channel. Maybe new agey types. I'm not sure, but still, I'll check a little bit of it out. AJ says if you watch a single Alex Jones was right video, make it this one. Alex had Joe and Tucker shook. Let's check this out.
22 years. I don't.
Let's turn that down. It's AJ after all.
Been on air 22 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion, any of that. I've studied the elite. I've also communicated with a lot of the top people. And if you want to know, I will actually break down right now the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet. What's happening? The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. We're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it, all. There's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected and gravity's bleeding in to this universe. That's what they call dark matter. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp in some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension. It's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension. That's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels. And our species is already way up in the fifth, sixth dimension consciously, our best people. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified. I'm just saying I have good sources, that they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity, with billions of people wired into it with the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us, so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals, as we know, and a true hive mind consciousness with an AI jacked into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us because we were already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to the system by our daily decisions that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. There's now a human counterstrike taking place to shut this off before it gets fully into place and to block these systems and cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are in control of this AI system before humanity's destroyed.
So, no, 7 years ago, no one was thinking AI was going to take over civilization. You can see why the FBI decided to destroy him, which it did.
Wow. But really, though, you say what you want about AJ, but I've always said that something I really admire about him is
balls, man. Big,
not just his knowledge base, but his ability to quickly access it, and all kinds of stuff. It's like he's deep. I've read a lot over these years. I've seen a lot over these years, but that's not a talent I have or a gift. And it's okay to say that. I'm not like crying about it. It's like, it's okay to say that and to know your limitations, but that's why I admire seeing it in other people. That's a really great talent to have, ability. This is from Congressman Brandon Gill.
Love this.
Says, today I asked an abortion advocate what her favorite method of abortion is. Yeah, this went viral. This one has 8 million views. But it went viral because you get to hear straight from the monster's mouth, like what these people are really like. Check it out. The ball.
I'm an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
I mean, read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is when the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree? It does to me.
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk about
I'm asking you, you're a pro-abortion advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am a access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't.
I mean, how fucking insane is that answer right there? I'm an advocate. Listen to this stupid shit.
You're a pro-abortion advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am a access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't.
Access to reproductive health care advocate. That's what I am. You fucking idiot. By killing babies, that's health care. How fucking insane are you?
You don't want to talk about abortion itself. Why is that?
I would prefer to talk about the reason that the committee called the hearing.
Is it because it's uncomfortable to talk about?
Would prefer
It should be uncomfortable.
I would prefer, if you would let me finish my
you're
statement,
human.
to talk about Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is
We're
what I
talking
was
about
asked to
what
come
that
here.
access gets. How about this one? It's called dilation and evacuation. Forceps are inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. You prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the reason the hearing was called and
Rumble Studio is the answer to everything.
Here to
We have a show
defend
on the
access
hour
to
every hour,
healthcare.
and we started
the basis of my expert testimony.
It's uncomfortable to hear this, isn't it? It is. I think it is because it's barbaric and evil. How about this one? It's called the saline injection. It's when a 20% salt solution is injected through the mother's abdomen into the baby's amniotic fluid. The baby's skin is burned off. The baby ingests the solution and dies of salt poisoning, dehydration, and hemorrhaging of the brain. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the subject of the hearing.
This is the subject of the hearing. This is about protests outside of abortion clinics. I'm asking you about abortion.
I stand by my prior testimony.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to talk about this either if I were you, because it is barbaric and evil.
And good job, Mr. Gill. Is it Brandon Gill?
Brandon?
Yeah, Congressman Brandon Gill. Good to see that. I like it. Yeah, because this is barbaric and evil. This is disgusting. Dr. Fauci arrests scientist indicted for destroying evidence about COVID origins. Fauci next.
When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Dr. Fauci told us on the eve of
Fauci is literally a fucking Nazi, dude. Straight up. He's all into eugenics. And I'm telling you too, the all of these, social benefits that people receive, you're signing a contract to receive those benefits. And that's why, now you're entering into a business contract, and this is why you become merchandise, and this is why they are concerned with population control. See, because the numbers all work out real good if you pay into the Social Security system for your entire life, and then you finally start receiving them at age 65. Now, if we can get you to die off before 72, we're good. we made a whole lot of profit on your ass.
President Trump's first inauguration, that he was willing to loose a pathogen, a virus, on our country in a surprise outbreak that he would control, he would create, and that he would bring down the Trump administration. Listen to this.
That there is no question that there will be a challenge, the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that. But also there will be a surprise outbreak.
Okay. Did he say that about Barack Obama? Did he say that about Joe Biden? Did he say that about George Bush? Did he say that about Bill Clinton? Did he say that about Ronald Reagan?
I can't.
The guy's been around since Nixon. Has Dr. Fauci ever gone up in front of a group of people here at some Georgetown lunch where nobody was paying attention to him because nobody cared who the hell he was? Did he ever make those predictions about any other administration? No, he only did it.
And
I just want to see
we
justice.
all know fucking the scam.
And I guess they recently replaced. Oh gosh, I don't remember the title. I'll have to wait on that. I've got a clip. I don't know if it's for today or Saturday, but it has to do with the raids on the Leering centers. Like someone's actually getting stuff done now, which is good. Again, but let's hope to see some actual justice. You know what I mean? Like at least that. An ode. Choco. Alex Jones' son. It's good to hear from Rex. Yeah, that's his childhood. He grew up in that whole area, the whole setup stage. 2026 Cars, George Orwell edition. Buy vintage,
this is important.
Tracking, watching, and uploading to Google. Says, I'll take a 67 Chevelle. These features came from the Building Back Better bill. Of course they did. So look, unfortunately, Obama's third term was effective in a lot of negative ways, of course, for humanity, but also setting up that better beast system for the end here.
So I got a rental today because I had to get my car fixed. And check this. These new cars are cell phone towers. That's what that is right there. See that? And you can't turn them off. So if you're getting a car, you should be getting an old car. Otherwise, you're just going to get blasted with radio frequencies the entire time. Check that. Like a cell phone tower while you're driving around. Then you wonder why you can't remember anything. Kind of understand it. And it's more wild because when you go through all the settings like this and you go to locations, look at all these things. This is all what's watching people. So literally you're driving around your car and your camera's watching you. Your microphone is listening to you the entire time. Then this gets uploaded to Google. So when they ask where all the ChatGPT information's coming from, guess what? Here you go. And then here's one more app I found. GSR Speed Assist app. This tracks your speed so that Google gets your information the entire time. Let's say you're speeding and nobody knows. Guess what? Google knows and they can send you a ticket. So it's important to buy an older car. That's all I'm going to say. So then I went to look how to turn this LTE off. In the newer cars, you're not allowed to turn this off from being a cell phone. Imagine that. That should be illegal. You can turn on Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, but you can't turn off your car being a cell phone.
Governed by consent.
Messed up.
You
really is, especially the proximity of that. You know, you're definitely getting a good dose, that radiation. Oh, also, guys, we're a couple hours in, so I want to say thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Shout out to my 280-ish Ride or Dies. I love it. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. Thanks, Tamara. Shout out to the whales, of course, always. And good to have you all here. Thank you. A former senior advisor to Anthony Fauci has been indicted for his role in the COVID-19 cover-up. Saw some of that from Benny. Here it is on the Fox News. Check some of this out.
This over an alleged cover-up involving research into the origins of COVID. Rich Edson on this story. Intriguing, Rich. What you find out there in Washington?
Yeah, it is, Bill. The Justice Department has charged David Morins, a doctor, with conspiracy, claiming he concealed federal records to counter evidence that COVID-19 may have leaked from a lab in China, all to help restore a controversial coronavirus grant. Morins, a former aide to Dr. Anthony Fauci, testified before the House's COVID Select Subcommittee nearly 2 years ago about emails he'd sent in February 2021, claiming that he'd learned to make emails disappear after he received Freedom of Information Act requests.
You little stinker.
Ever delete or attempt to delete a federal record?
No, but let me explain why. When I came there in 1998, we were instructed to delete emails or to move them into PST files frequently because they jammed the computer.
For years.
The Justice Department says Morins used his personal Gmail account to exchange non-public information. The indictment also claims an unnamed co-conspirator gave Morins wine for his, quote, behind-the-scenes shenanigans, then suggested he could push scientific commentary in a prominent medical journal advocating that COVID-19 had natural origins. That's a competing claim with the lab leak theory. The indictment says the co-conspirator could also provide meals at top restaurants in Paris, New York, and Washington, D.C.
I'm always looking at stuff. Doesn't mean I'm always right. But that's okay, you know? Ugandan Mayor Mamdani just stunned New Yorkers by all but admitting defeat. Now he's begging for a state bailout due to the budget crisis. He's also delaying the city budget. Now we need new revenue, he says. And it says, you got swindled. New York City, he can't pay for free crap.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude.
All by
We
design.
inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting, alongside a structural imbalance between what New York City sends to the
see, that's why we're going to need all of this digital currency and everything so we can really just, get more transparent. That's how they're going to sell it, dude.
state and what we receive in return have taken a toll. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue, and we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget, and to do so without imposing a financial burden onto the backs of working people. I'm glad to partner with Speaker Menon as we call upon Albany and deliver a balanced budget. Together, we are extending the executive budget deadline from this coming Friday until May 12th, because a crisis of this scale cannot be solved without state action.
I mean, does anybody ever wonder why, cities are incorporated and why, all of the, like government functions are now incorporated businesses? You know what I mean? This is fucking, so that they can hide how much they're ripping us off. Because it's all done under, a corporate enterprise. And of course, each business has to make money. But wait a minute. You know what I mean? Hold on a minute. What the fuck are we paying for when it comes to taxes and shit? This is why, it's time to wise up, man. We are feeding this system and we need to stop.
I want to be clear. We are not simply asking others to act. New York City is doing our part. We are committed to governing with the fiscal responsibility this moment demands. Speaker Menon and I have already identified meaningful savings, and we will continue that work carefully, deliberately, and without cutting the services that New Yorkers rely on. But we cannot do it alone. That is why we are standing together this morning, to underscore what is at stake and to call on Albany to deliver additional revenue.
Right. So yeah, begging for more money. But you know what? They asked for it, and it's really
Just
unfortunate.
showing how all of the horrible mismanagement, because now you got a bunch of fucking, oath breakers. You got a bunch of greedy little fucking pigs that really all they care about is them and their family. Everyone else can eat shit. And that's that's the problem with career politics.
But what you gonna do? There's really bad things coming for that area. I don't wish that upon anybody. I just would hope people would make sure they have Jesus. That's number one. The official preview with my next guest from Sean Ryan. And this is a good one. She's talking about the brain rot era. I did a live show on that a while back with a bunch of examples, and here she's kind of breaking it down. It's really good.
Rumble Studio.
I like how he points out this guy's little Illuminati, symbols and shit.
This brain rot era is basically what you're doing is you're looking and scrolling at dumb content, right? Content that is not allowing you to think. And your brain, which we'll learn, is basically, it uses the analogy, use it or lose it. And if you don't provide it stimulus, right, just like your muscles, you go to the gym, you need to lift weights for a muscle to grow. If you don't do anything, the muscle becomes dormant and it wastes away. Your brain is no different. So when you are not using your brain effectively, you're not providing it the stimulus, what happens? Well, you end up with cognitive decline in the end because you're not training it to think, to critically analyze anymore. If we don't use AI effectively and we're using it for this brain rot era, and the more times that we're spending on social media, scrolling this dumb content, we are leading ourselves towards mild cognitive impairment, which is the pre-dementia state. And once we're in there, we can't get out of it. And it's just a slippery road down to Alzheimer's disease.
Now to a new report that shows Alzheimer's is on the rise, with nearly 7 million seniors in the U.S. now living with the disease.
Talking about Alzheimer's, and I've been looking for somebody to talk about Alzheimer's because that and cancer are pretty much my biggest fears in life. I think it's that 7 million Americans have Alzheimer's, and by 2060 it'll be almost 14 million.
We are seeing those Alzheimer's numbers go up, and now the Alzheimer's Association releasing its new report shedding light on a real issue. Nearly 7 million people are living with the disease. That's 200,000 more than last year, and the number of deaths from Alzheimer's has more than doubled since the year 2000.
Yeah, it's going to triple by the year 2050.
Holy shit.
So currently the statistics are around 60 million people worldwide have that disease, so it's going to triple by the year 2050.
In a nationwide survey now, the Alzheimer's Association says 99% of those they questioned across the country said that brain health is as important as physical health.
when it actually accumulates in what we call plaques, these hard plaques, that's what causes neurodegeneration. If you look at a brain scan of an Alzheimer's disease patient, you can see their brain is shrinking, or there's holes in their brain on neuroimaging because these plaques are getting in the way. They're stopping the brain, the signals from cell to cell, which causes the collapse of your entire network.
Wow. That'll be a good one to see. See, I never liked that. He's always does the all-seeing eye, and then there's a pyramid that pops up in a second. He's got her with the pyramid and the all-seeing eye at the top. So see, that's why there's other things I've seen with him. You know, you go into the black goo, I mean, whatever, but there's other things I've seen where it just makes me feel like he's most likely in the club. At the same time, he really has some of the most interesting guests on here. And so that's why I'll find clips from Sean Ryan sometimes. But yeah, there's a whole thing in his intro that's really questionable. And then his symbol looks like a Baphomet. Other people have noticed.
I just want everyone to know this is not a disease of old age.
You think of Neuralink?
Whoever's deciding to get elective brain surgery, just for Elon Musk, interesting character, it's scary because there's around 30 to 40 different genes involved in all of the dementias. There's only really 3.
I'll go ahead and move on. This looks like it's just kind of, which is creative editing, good, but I just want to get to the point of it. We got some good stuff there. But you can go check it out at Sean Ryan's channel if you're interested. And let me see if they keep doing that. Weird pyramid. He's got a cross back here. Somewhat. There's a cross. But, you know, the cross don't mean crap to a lot of people, honestly. And they'll, you know, heavy metal people wore crosses, you know. A lot of them that were satanic types. Not that they all are, but many of them were. All right, there's that. But okay, got it. Got it. Sean Ryan. Every South African will understand this. This man says, "This is what I love about America." Yeah, it was a cool thing that happened a while back. I've mentioned before, you know, South Africa is very, very racist towards white people, killing them, raping them, burning down their farms, things like that. So Trump administration, I guess it's been over a year ago or so, maybe around a year, offered to let the farmers come in here and give them land and then let them farm here in America from South Africa. So a lot of them have, and this is one of them.
I'm just busy loading up some lambs to go get processed. And I was driving through the gate about to leave, and I just got out and I just realized I am so grateful for the amount of safety I've got in America. Just every day on the farm, I'm in and out of this gate, opening it, closing it, opening it, closing, like just a normal gate. But you know, in South Africa, this is where some of the most brutal killings and slaughtering of innocent white farmers happen. They would wait in the bushes, whether it's in the middle of the day or the middle of the night. And as soon as the elderly or a woman alone or a man alone, a farmer coming home after a long day's work, and all he's doing is opening a gate, and he gets his throat slit. He gets murdered. He gets tortured. He gets dragged behind his vehicle. Never take your safety for granted. It is so joyful to live in a place where there is...
That is concerning, living this close to the border. You know, if the Vatos decided fuck America, whew, it would not be good.
Peace and quiet, and most of all, security and safety.
It's nice to see. It's good to see that. I'm glad they're doing well. I don't know how many, but there was a news report and they're showing a bunch of the farmers coming in from South Africa. This is back when right after they passed that. Apparently, a lot of people jumped on board. Yep, we're out. An American works full-time saving lives, $32 an hour. But what does she really get for it is the question.
Get a job. Okay, hear me out. I'm a respiratory therapist, okay? I take travel contracts for work right now, and I do that because it's twice the money, okay? The economy requires me to leave my home for work because if I take a regular staff position, I'll make anywhere from $31 to $35 an hour. Prime example, for 3 months out of this year, I did home care.
I made $32 an hour. I worked 40 hours a week, at least 40 hours a week. Okay. My biweekly take home after taxes, retirement, and health insurance for me and my 3-year-old daughter, my biweekly take home was right around $1,600. Okay. Multiply that by 2, gets you through a month, $3,200 a month take home, right? Sounds like good money.
Well, she did kind of fail to disclose how much she's got going into her retirement. So I mean, if you're stuffing money away into retirement, then I mean, you're not as bad as you're leading on here. Anyway,
doesn't it? Should be good money. $32 an hour, right? $3,200 a month to live on. Anybody should be able to live on that, right? Right. That's what I thought too. Okay. So my rent was $1,400 a month. Now, mind you, that's decent. That is below the national average.
Yeah,
okay.
I was gonna say,
Rent
that's
$1,400 a month.
right there.
Gas and electric, they'd wax and wane. You know, electric's higher in the summer, gas is higher in the winter. But between the two of them, they averaged around $300 for the two of them. Okay, so we're at $1,700 a month. Full time Monday through Friday childcare for my 3-year-old, $1,100 a month. I'm now at $2,800 of my 32. I have $400 left to put gas in my car, groceries on the table, toiletries, you know, shampoo, conditioner, toilet paper, laundry detergent, any copays if we decide to go to the doctor's office. Fuck a car payment. You might as well drive a paid off car. Mind you, I don't. I have a car payment. Okay. Car insurance. All of that is supposed to be covered by $400 a month. If I sat down with somebody, I'm from Michigan, if I sat down with somebody from Michigan Works and they put together my expenses and they put together what I make, I would qualify for SNAP benefits. And I would need them in order to keep me and my daughter afloat with me working full time, making $32 an hour.
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly
What is not clicking, guys?
I'll stop there, man. There's so many of those types of stories that I'll probably do. I've even been saving a whole bunch of them, but I'll probably do a live show. Call it something like, you know, people are feeling it, but they don't realize what it is. I don't know, something, but because it's what it is, a lot of times, you know, a lot of people are realizing that things are just, you know, the future's getting really small for everybody with AI and all these other things. And people are starting to wonder what's going to happen. And, you know, there's a lot of fear out there right now. But it's because it's the end. You know, I've always said it, not always, a long time, you know, the end of this age. We're watching all these old ways falling apart. And now something new coming in, like really new. And AI, robots,
I mean, there is going to be
all that. And then the Internet of Things, the Internet of Bodies, ultimately everybody connected to everything and everything connected to everybody, you know, and just a total surveillance state.
We are one. We are one.
Not good.
We are one.
Not good. No fear, though. Again, remember, best choice, most important choice you can make is choose Jesus soon, like now.
Amen.
Approximately 20% of the population is still under mass psychosis from the 2020 COVID psychological operations. They're now on their 7th mRNA booster shot. It's too psychologically painful for them to admit that they now face major risks of heart damage, brain damage, it says, and cancer, but I'd say cancer and then so much more, because we've seen so many crazy side effects, haven't we? All right.
Individuals that hopped on the Pfizer, Moderna government bandwagon with these shots, you know, now they look very foolish, especially now with the cancer data release. So now's the time to acknowledge reality. Don't take any more booster shots. And unfortunately, many of those individuals did fall into what's called mass psychosis. They fell into this trap of believing everything the government said, wanting to basically do and think what their peers thought, and they couldn't get out of it. And then they subjected themselves to multiple booster shots, and now they may be facing these large increases in cancer risks, heart damage, subclinical heart damage, brain damage. We published multiple studies on that now. And so, yeah, we gotta stop this. This was madness. The past 5 years, people lost their minds. We got to get back to reality. Individuals that hopped on the Pfizer, Moderna government bandwagon with these shots, now they look very foolish, especially now with the cancer data released. So now's the time to acknowledge reality. Don't take any more booster shots. And
It's disgusting. And what do you go? I mean, you're not going blind. No.
Ana Istias with San Gabriel Vector Control says local black flies are more of a nuisance than a health concern.
They are a vector for river blindness, which is a disease that you can transmit, but that's not something that we see here. It's mostly known in other parts of the world.
I don't want anything to bite my eyes, even if they don't transfer anything, that sounds really bad.
Swarms are abundant from Azusa to Altadena.
What happens when men get sent to women's prisons? She says the men committed sex crimes. All right. Yep. Check it out. And this is just another one of those crazy sides of this whole trans thing that happened under that Biden administration, so-called. So this is one of the things, man. We started seeing what was the, shows for the children, and then there was trans in prisons. So like biological males with females, and this is it.
So what if I told you that when I went to federal prison, to a women's prison, okay, that I was in there with men that have penises that were getting blowjobs and sleeping with inmates. So imagine, especially at Hazleton, where you are two to a cell with a locked door. So imagine women are in prison forced to live with men. And most of them were in there for sex crimes. And you report it and you report it and you just get told, oh, well, so sad, discrimination. So what happened to women's rights? And I know for all of you that think that you may never go to prison, like I thought so, right? That the government will never be weaponized against you. Well, just remember that if your daughter or you or anybody ever has to go to prison because the rogue judges and the left think that this is okay, just know you should have stood up.
That's right. So there's been an interesting break in the LMNOP community.
Stood up
is the some of the female lesbians standing up and saying no, not with the trans thing. Here's a little bit from this guy. He was a former police officer and also a 33rd degree Mason.
My career in law enforcement, I actually joined the Brotherhood of Freemasons.
Okay, how'd you get into that?
And a lot of cops are involved with that.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's a thing that I'm not saying you must do, but 95% of them do. You know what I mean?
So this actually exists.
Yes, it does. It's a cult. It's not gonna be messing with.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you straight up.
You ever get that far?
Oh yeah, I became a master mason.
Okay.
I mean, the highest you go is 33rd, but even at 32nd, see from the ranks of 30th to 33, which is free, that's when they divulge the actual truth to you. In order for you to be a Shriner, you got to be a Mason. For you to be a Knights Templar, you got to be a Mason. And the more you go up in that pyramid, and the highest you could go is a Rothschild.
Right.
They're the highest of the highest.
Really?
Yeah, they're the satanic children of Satan.
Wow.
They actually sit on the table and they have a special chair for Satan right there. And he comes and talks to these family members, and they're the ones that the shaking and bakers, I call it.
Now, this all has to do also with the those people who go out into the wood and they burn that wooden owl and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, you're talking about those the Illuminati.
Illuminati, okay. So
right.
This has to do with them.
Oh yeah, you have to be a Freemason to do that. All the presents
knows what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, that's the Illuminati. Anyway, we're gonna fast forward a little here. This guy, he doesn't realize that's the cremation of care ceremony. It was Harry S. Truman in his little fucking apron, his little Masonic
Let's look it up.
apron.
Ex-police officer, 33rd.
Because, God wants us to wear aprons. Give me a fucking break. I am so glad that the Lord is against all this religious nonsense. fucking your lame, stupid, symbolic garbage, your traditions and your fucking stupidness, your little religious robes. Yup. So glad that we don't have to do that shit.
Mason. WEF's in-game, total
That's
control of your
not
life.
what the truth is
They've stopped
about.
pretending.
About
Yep.
relation.
Starting to get a little more serious. Starting to show a little more.
Billion people stop eating meat. I tell you, it has a big impact.
We're developing through technology an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform?
Climate change is caused for 20% by meat and dairy. So the producers of meat and dairy should pay for the damage they cause.
The coffee that we all drink emits between 15 and 20 tons of
Is that now all of a sudden dairy farmers and cattle ranchers are the fucking enemy of the global world? You know what I mean? This fucking global system. It's so fucking ridiculous. I mean, at some point, man, before it's too late, I hope Americans start fucking standing up, dude, and saying, no. We're not going to play this fucking game. We're not going to pretend with you that you're the master and we're the slaves. No, we're not interested in playing that game.
CO2 per ton of coffee. Is every time we drink coffee, we are basically putting CO2 into the atmosphere.
Will not take away
And
my
I
coffee.
predict that we will have proteins not coming from meat in the future.
Great.
They
It's already
will
out.
probably taste
We've seen
even better. So why are we trying to mimic meat if we can have a better taste? But if 1 billion people stop eating meat, I tell you, it has a big impact.
Yeah, right. So it tastes better, so why even bother, eh? And we've seen the videos here of some of the quote meat that's out there, or some of the steaks that are falling apart. They totally look 3D printed, some of the food that's out there, right? So it's already upon us slowly, like the boiling frog motif. Pay attention, very close attention, this gentleman says.
To hear about them.
Turn that up a bit.
You know, it was real sad to hear about the Rome, Georgia courthouse burning down and all of those people's property records just up in smoke. Probably unrelated news. There's been a whole lot of property dispute over a proposed data center in Rome. Also,
In Rome. But isn't that something? Once again, it reminds us of all the dew attacks and the weather engineering they use to destroy places here in America. And magically, we find out there's going to be a 15-minute city there. And now it's data centers.
Spontaneously.
Rumble Studio is the answer to everything. We have a show on the hour, every hour. And we start.
There's a 32,000 acre fire, this Pineland Road fire. That's in Lowndes County, Georgia. Wouldn't you know it, there's a data center going in down there in Lowndes County, or at least they're trying, but the residents have been fighting it for the past 6 months. We've also got the Highway 82 fire. That's in Brantley County, Georgia. It's already claimed hundreds of homes and it's spreading uncontrollably. Just happened to break out about a month after city officials started proposing a data center project there. Residents are pissed.
But don't you guys have a process for the land use where we have and impact surveys run for environmental impact surveys? Or are we just letting the gopher tortoises, the indigo snakes, the billy gravelweed, all of the species that are endemic? Talking about habitat assessment and habitat impact surveys, and the things that have to be done before large scale development.
No, it's not. This belongs to us, the citizens.
Cop Club will pay off too.
Yeah, they definitely want their data centers out here in Georgia, and they'll do anything to get them. But these fires, they're not related to anything.
We know, man. Glad to see you're awake too, sir. And it's still happening. It's still happening.
Well, that's what the whole Hawaii
may have thought,
fire
there for a little bit, I had a glimmer of hope that under Trump we'd stop seeing the geoengineering, but I was wrong. It wasn't bad to have hope in that because, again, there's different people in the administration. Some of them are truly good, I believe, and also Christians, right? Not all of them, but real followers, because the Lord has us children everywhere, man. So we're the restrainer also. Remember, if we weren't here, it would be total chaos. But I know he's got his children out there. So you always hope, hey, maybe something good will change for the people, for humanity. Maybe the right person will be in the right position to do something, And so I pray about these things. I stay positive about it. Some people get mad, when I've mentioned, not a lot, but a few people ruffle their feathers when you talk about praying for the president, praying for his family, and praying they find Jesus.
This part coming up on the mandatory issue. This is something to really pay attention to if you want to be able to defend yourself in matters of law and stuff. You better be paying attention so you don't get legally coerced into some bullshit. Because boy, they love to get you tangled up in the fucking web, man.
Number one, like truly, to protect them from Paula White, things like that. For real, I do. There's tons of scripture on praying for your quote enemies, right? I don't even see him as an enemy, but he's reachable. That Biden thing, we never knew which Biden we'd had. And as you know, I believe, of course, it was Obama's third term. He even gaslit everybody and admitted it in an interview with Freemason Stephen Colbert. Mandatory is a trap. Let's check this out.
They tell us things are mandatory. But what does that really mean? Mandatory sounds absolute, like you have no choice. But words are spells, and this spell is designed to make you obey without question. Let's break it apart. Mandatory comes from Latin, manus, the hand, authority, control, dares to give, to hand over, torius, pertaining to. Put together, it means this: that which you have given your hand over to by command. In other words, it only binds you if you consent, if you hand yourself over. And here's the truth that they don't want you to know. Mandatory is not law. It is not an act of parliament. It is not statute passed through due process. It's a policy and order, a directive. It only applies to the legal fiction, the all-caps person that was created when you were registered at birth. It does not bind the living man. It does not bind the living woman unless you agree. Look back at the lockdown years. Look at masks, look at vaccines, look at curfews. They never said it is law. They always said it is mandatory. That was no mistake. That was word magic. Law requires parliament, mandates require consent, and they bet on your ignorance. They bet that you would not know the difference. But the moment you stand up and say, show me the law, or
They
show me the
bet
contract,
on your ignorance. They absolutely do. And this fucking system absolutely preys upon the ignorant and the lazy. Because if you combine ignorant, there's no excuse for ignorance of the law and the law of lache, meaning if you don't exercise your rights in a timely fashion, then you forfeit them. They get to imply your consent.
their spell is broken. They have nothing, because no man or woman can be forced into contract. Consent is the key, and without it, their power is nothing but
Cannot
smoke.
be forced
So
into
what do you say when
contract.
someone tells you it's mandatory? You don't
Into
get angry, you don't
covenant.
argue. You stand in honor and you ask calmly, is this law or just policy? If it's policy, I do not consent, and it does not apply to me as a living man
A lot
or
of people
woman.
did do that.
That's it. You've stepped out of their trap. You've refused the spell. Mandatory is not law. It is a tool of control, a linguistic trick to keep you obedient.
Good stuff. That's interesting. I know the AI voice isn't always choice, but whoever put that together should just use their voice, and show us more. I like that. It's good insight. Birmingham, UK, video from inside the Clumsy Swan pub shows a quote Muslim patrol. They spotted a white man smoking outside. They yell at him, then swarm and beat him. Oh boy, so it's already happening. Of course, in some areas.
How's that for a fucking smoke break? Sharia law. Ah, la, 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 la. Fuck you. We ain't playing that shit. We do not obey the laws of Allah. We obey the laws of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude got rocked. But just a bunch of, military-aged fighting men. You don't really see a whole lot of obese ones, all hanging out, walking together, and just, enforcing Sharia law. What a wonderful day. Goodness. Come quickly, Lord Jesus. We see what's happening.
Amen.
Los Angeles County is experiencing a record-breaking surge in flea-borne typhus, a medieval disease. So I've mentioned earlier, but it's like every week or every other week, like some new, and we've seen other, quote, medieval diseases coming back. It's crazy every week.
Well, it seems that in Los Angeles, we have all-time highs of flea-borne typhus, which is a disease. It's a bacterial infection. It can be treated with antibiotics, but it's pretty serious. According to the LA County Department of Public Health, 9 out of 10 of the people who contract this have to be hospitalized. So this is not just a head cold. And this is carried by fleas on rats.
Yikes.
And guess why we have the all-time high of flea-borne typhus in Los Angeles County? Because it's a combination of things. It's the fact that they won't enforce an anti-camping ordinance and stop people from living on the sidewalks. That's part of what's drawing rats. There also was a state ban on some of the poisons that people were using for rat control in order to preserve the mountain lion population. So that's a factor also. And then we have garbage at unprecedented levels all over. Illegal dumping all over. And why is that? Because we have idiotic laws in California trying to reduce the amount of landfill. So they try to force the businesses to make do with smaller and smaller containers and fewer containers. And the result is illegal dumping. All of these things, it's just blithering, idiotic policy. And now we have medieval diseases sweeping through Los Angeles County.
It's crazy. Yep. Like I said, it's not the first medieval disease we've seen pop up. It's crazy. It's filthy out there, though, as you've seen. Mainstream media now admits the shots are toxic. All right, good enough. I'll take it. Italian man rushing to his pregnant wife gets blocked by climate activists glued to the road. He begs them to let him pass. They refuse, and this is what happened. These people are so brainwashed. Sad. Pulls them off. Guy runs back. It's for the climate.
I mean, this fucking shit. This is
Oh, the bad man. The bad man.
Right
It's
here.
so gross. This is just communist crap. That's
What kind of fucking shit we have coming, man?
I'll take classes on this kind of stuff.
Unless
Ready
we
to show off your live
stand.
gameplay? Start streaming with Rumble Studio.
It's easy.
There you go.
Oh, what a bad guy.
We got the bad man. The bad man.
Hospital in labor.
They ran over us. It's like one of their tactics. It's really gross, I think.
It is fucking disgusting.
The Venus Guard.
Revolution.
I guess this is where we're at now. Tell me what you think about this. In some countries, it's come to this.
Venus Guard is a revolutionary women's self-defense sleeve that aims to defend against rape.
Now, rape you in the
The
name
goal
of
is
Allah.
subsequent incapacitation
Need one of
and
these.
identification of the assailant. It's a way for users to say, "Not today," and assure themselves access to evidence if they're assaulted. Content warning. We're going to explain in more detail how this works. The product consists of a stretchy and malleable silicone sheet that contains a cut-resistant web of barbs on the inside. After
Whoa.
insertion, you can't see it or feel it.
Yikes. Okay, so we'll move on. I think we get enough of that. You can go look it up if you're interested, but it's really screwed up. But that's where we're at. Like, instead of enforcing any laws, they keep them in. They want them in. Instead of that, the victims, are resorting to the Venus Guard now. Wow. Eek. Sounds like it'd be quite the nightmare for any man that does that. Horror in Dublin, a Muslim man of Pakistani origin sneaks up behind two unsuspecting officers on Capel Street and stabs them repeatedly with a knife while screaming Allahu Akbar. So this is bad, y'all. It's all over. Look at that. Remember the guy last week just walked into that diner and stabbed the guy in the chest? No guns.
Yeah, it would totally suck to be a cop in England, man. No gun. I'd whoop his fucking ass.
Yikes. Gave him a good old beating. Right, there we go. But it's just this seemingly random violence, we're seeing in some of these countries. Pretty crazy. The most vaccinated place in the world is in Ireland. It's a place called Waterford. How many people have passed there, I wonder?
The most vaccinated place in the world is in Ireland. It's a place called Waterford. They had the highest vaccination rate in the world. Then they suffered the highest COVID rate in Ireland. And then they had the highest excess deaths. The local health authority got an award from the World Health Organization for the way they handled the pandemic. And they had the highest death rate, having had the highest vaccination rate. 85% excess deaths at one stage they were on. The BBC could solve it in a day just by telling the truth.
Isn't that something? Wow. 85% death rate. Oof. Fools, unfortunately. This lady says, I secretly recorded a queer communist saying what they really believe about the nuclear family and parental rights. Oh, boy. The spirits, man, it's demonic, little chaos creators. And they, just like their daddy, the devil, unfortunately, in their current state, they seek to kill, steal, and destroy.
Chaos creators.
Did you know that all of the attacks on parental rights going on in the country today are directly related to the far left's desire to abolish the nuclear family? I'm Carlin Burisenko. I'm an analyst and undercover journalist following the far left in America. And let me show you inside some secretly recorded presentations where they tell you what they really think of parental rights.
Yes, it's true. What the far right says, feminism wants to abolish the family. To hell with family values and all capitalist value for that matter. And fuck parents' rights. My hunch is that just beyond the horizon, beckoning to those of us who want to hear it, there is a world of relationship no longer strangled by scarcity and no longer held hostage by economics. Thank you.
Thank you.
A fucking retard fair.
That was Abolish the Family queer communist Sophie Lewis. Sophie has written 2 books on abolishing the nuclear family, lectures all over the country, works at the University of Pennsylvania, pushing these ideas through their gender center. We cover Sophie and her friends.
Eek, man. Tell you.
Totally.
You can see it, though, at least. We can see the monsters are showing their faces more and more.
Oh, yeah.
Smart Dust and Human Chattel.
Okay.
Did we see this before? Oh, no. It's from the 30th. All right.
The Smart Dust project was funded by DARPA for military applications.
Sacred space where many people.
Hold on.
For decades, many parts of Iran have struggled with severe drought. Now some of those same regions are seeing levels of rain and snowfall not recorded in 60 years. We talked about this last week because it looks like...
Hey, that looks like the reporter guy that
looks like they're
Pizzagate.
It says the shift comes shortly after a strike on a secret weather modification and cloud seeding base in the UAE,
This guy right here,
raising new
Ben's
questions
the
about the
first guy
timing
that
and
ever,
cause of the strike. Yeah, we've
reported
seen
on
this.
Pizzagate.
Because I mentioned, of course, we have a drought here in
This the whole
America right
crowd
now in
traffic
several
train
states,
for all of
mine
the
included.
pedophiles and fucking government.
You know, I'd be a fan of them destroying that weather manipulation, whatever outfit it is, or whatever, however it comes. Says we shouldn't have to live like this. UK terror level is raised now to severe after stabbing attacks. Headline. New York City religious
Good thing
leader
we don't have
allegedly
any
sexually
guns.
abuses 10-year-old girls inside of a mosque. It's part of their religion, though, so it's
While
okay.
Christians in Africa are under extreme threat from radical Islamic groups, the Pope decided this week to visit a mosque there in Algeria, visibly bowing to Allah and making a statement saying, "I thank you for these reflections and for these important words during this visit. From a place that represents the space that belongs to God, a divine and sacred space where many people come to pray and seek the presence of the Most High in their lives." The Pope also states, because everyone is made in the image of God, we should seek mutual respect and coexistence with Islam. This is highly dangerous for a couple reasons. The first is the very continent the Pope visits is the same continent where being a Christian coexisting with Muslim communities is the most dangerous to be in right now. In fact, in just Nigeria alone, not accounting for the rest of the African continent, over 50,000 Christians have been slaughtered by Boko Haram, a radical Islamic group. Secondly, to state that the mosque is a space that belongs to God is theologically false. The Quran clearly states in chapter 112, verse 3, that Allah has never had any offspring, nor was he born. Yet in Matthew 3:17, God is recorded saying, "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased." 1 John 2:23 also states, "No one who denies the Son has the Father. Whoever confesses the Son has the Father also." Whether the Pope knows it or not, his behavior is paving the way for the Antichrist one world religion mentioned in Revelation 13. If you
Yeah, okay. The kid was incorrect in saying that in the Quran it says that Allah has no offspring. No, 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 no. To be clear, it says that Allah has no son. I'm pretty sure the Quran or the Hadiths say that Allah had 3 daughters. Let me just double check that. Doesn't the Quran say that Allah has 3 daughters? The Quran does not teach that Allah actually has daughters. In fact, it explicitly rejects that idea. What the Quran does say is that some pre-Islamic Arab pagans believed certain goddesses were daughters of Allah, and the Quran criticizes that belief. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Anyhow, let's go back here. What up, Whitney?
of the Most High in their lives. The Pope also states, because everyone is made in the image of God, we should
see this. Because I mentioned, of course, we have a drought here in America right now in several states. New York City religious leader allegedly sexually abuses 10-year-old girls inside of a mosque. It's part of their religion, though, so it's
While
okay.
Christians in Africa are under extreme threat from radical Islamic groups, the Pope decided this week to visit a mosque there in Algeria, visibly bowing to Allah and making a statement saying, "I thank you for these reflections and for these important words during this visit. From a place that represents the space that belongs to God, a divine and sacred space where many people come to pray and seek the presence of the Most High in their lives. The Pope also states, because everyone is made in the image of
Think YouTube runs live streaming? Think again. The biggest live streams in the US are happening on Rumble. And now
God, we should seek mutual respect and coexistence with Islam. This is highly dangerous for a couple of reasons. The first is the very continent the Pope visits is the same continent where being a Christian coexisting with Muslim communities is the most dangerous to be in right now. In fact, in just Nigeria alone, not accounting for the rest of the African continent, over 50,000 Christians have been slaughtered by Boko Haram, a radical Islamic group. Secondly, to state that the mosque is a space that belongs to God is
I can't
theological.
believe my mic was muted the whole fucking time I was fucking running my mouth. Unbelievable. It's gay that I have to keep juggling between pages anyhow. So yeah, man, you guys missed a good rant, dude. Sorry. the mic was muted.
False. The Quran clearly states in chapter 112, verse 3, that Allah has never had any offspring, nor was he born.
What's up, Whitney?
Hey.
How are you? I can barely hear you now. Can you hear me? All right. Well, I'm going to let the thing run, and when your mic is working, just go ahead and say something.
Yet in Matthew 3:17, God is recorded saying, "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased." 1 John 2:23 also states, "No one who denies the Son has the Father. Whoever confesses the Son has the Father also." Whether the Pope knows it or not, his behavior is paving the way for the one world religion mentioned in Revelation.
You're there. You're in the show.
Last days.
Okay, you're back. Your mic
Well,
working now?
I'm figuring it out.
You're figuring it out? Are you on a PC or on a phone? Alrighty.
Might eventually find yourself rejecting Christ and worshiping the beast instead. While Christians in Africa are under extreme threat from radical Islamic groups, the Pope decided this week to visit a mosque there in Algeria, visibly bowing to Allah and making a statement saying, "I thank you for these reflections and for these important words during this visit. From a place that represents the space that belongs to God, divine existence, dangerous to be in, state that yet is the might eventually."
I believe gives his opening statement of the debate. Here he explains why and how he became a Freemason. This is really nothing super important. It's just something I was watching. And this is a guy, he is a Freemason, and he ended up showing up on InfoWars, right, a couple years ago as one of the reporters. It was really weird. Everybody was asking questions. Just thought it was strange because of all people, AJ should know better. And the main thing is just that, these are people who swear an oath to each other. So they don't have to tell the rest of the world, even AJ, unless he's one of them, the truth about.
Hey.
Did you get it figured out?
I don't know. Do you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, it was doing some kind of like weird stuff because you know how StreamYard like remembers who you first go on with? I don't know. I learned that from somebody.
What's up, Jordan?
Hello.
So what? Everybody wants to pop on when I'm getting close to bedtime. You know what I mean? That's funny. That's the way it goes, huh? So what have you been up to, bro?
Not much. Working, basically.
What are you doing now?
I just I'm a job. Just walk dogs and then do the janitor at a gym.
You walk dogs? Is that what you said?
Yeah, and also work at the gym. So it's two.
Nice.
It's two part-time.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know if you guys can hear me now on outside. I really want to swim, so I'm walking outside.
You sound like you're walking around the room and the mic is in a certain place. And sometimes you're very clear, Whitney, and then it sounds like you just walked 10 feet away from the microphone. Anyhow. So nice. So, you live at you live in like North Vegas, right, Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. So is that place? I mean, I can't even imagine how much that place has grown since I've been there.
Now Las Vegas is shrinking now because it's actually a failing economy with the tourism going down. People like if you go to valet parking on the strip, it's like $25, and then like a water bottle $12. Buffet is like 40, 50 easily.
40 or $50 for the buffet now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when the economy gets more and more fucked up, people don't have money to blow on stupid shit. And it's about to get fucked up. So that's where it's got, they got to create the problem to bring in the solution. And the solution's going to be digital money, baby.
No, because they're gonna blame everything on the AI. They want people to believe that Skynet's gonna take over, so we have to go back to Soviet Union type of communism, fascism.
What? You lost me.
Yeah, go back to like Nazi Germany time period where.
Well, that's what I mean. If you, with digital currency, if you do anything they don't, if you do anything against their bullshit laws, then they can immediately fine you. You don't even need to go to court. We already deducted it out of your wallet. Have a nice day. You don't get to argue your case or nothing.
Yeah, but I feel like that gives too much responsibility to the government, so they have to have like because when they have it digitally, that means that there's a footprint. You can't delete anything digitally. You can delete papers, like you can shred the papers. You can shred the Hillary Clinton when she had the emails, she got caught. She shredded her hard drives, destroyed the laptops, everything. But digitally speaking, you can't do much. So I don't know if they're gonna go for that entirely. I think they'll roll it out like.
I don't understand what do you mean like they can't do much? I mean, I just explained that they can just fine you immediately. They can at a push of a button, boom, you have no money. All your savings is gone because you disobeyed us. That's what's coming. That's why.
What I was trying to say is like if they have it public, like you ever watched Black Mirror before on Netflix?
What's it called?
Black Mirror. Like they have all the Illuminati satanic celebrities in there, like Lady Gaga and Miley Cyrus and all that, and they tell you what they're gonna do in the future. But I think more so brain implants are coming, like the chip, the Neuralink.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about that?
This video went over that. As far as in the smart dust, are you familiar with the smart dust?
Yeah, Julian Assange talked about that.
Really? I didn't know Assange talked about that.
Yeah, he called it evil, intelligent nanodust.
It basically is. It's to where a dust can sit there and measure your biometrics and all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? Get your heart rate and also be able to, not like infrared. This is way more than infrared because you're broadcasting a signal, so they could see you through walls, no problem and shit. Yeah, it's fucked up.
It's kind of like you know about the panopticon in a prison or prisoner's dilemma, where it's a classical criminal thing. The cops they pull in, they give a prisoner one prisoner. You can rat out the other prisoners in your gang or whatever, and then you can get a lesser deal then or a lesser sentence than the other people, you can get a deal. And you tell the other prisoners the same thing and see who rats out each other. I mean, that's basically how it is on a societal scale with these cameras. Everyone has a phone in their pocket, so they can snitch and rat you out anyway. But with that digital ID thing, they can just pull up your, your digital ID, your record, and they can have you arrested for something you said 10, 20 years ago on Facebook. You said that transgenders are this or that, something at YouTube,
Sure.
you know.
Well, fuck them. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Throw me in jail, motherfuckers. I'll turn everybody in there into a Christian. I'll preach my little ass off, baby. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not, whatever they got a short amount of time to fuck with me before it's, my turn. Because when we return with the Lord, you know what I mean? With his army of saints and the fiery angels, I'm pretty sure this little transgender army's gonna go down real quick. Bunch of fucking sissies and pussies and weirdos. So, anyways, I'm not concerned about that. But
Well, all these people, they want to constantly kill each other. Like if you've noticed with the Black Lives Matter, the leftists, it doesn't. The right wing does the same thing as the left wing. They all basically parrot the same type of talking points, but they're always talking about violence, the Charlie Kirk thing, and how we should do it to everybody. And
I honestly don't believe Charlie Kirk's dead.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of people, at least that vote, because one third of Americans only vote, so that's like 100 million, 110 million Americans.
I'm gonna have to do a fucking study on here to show people in the law through the different little acts and shit that have been passed that it's not even a joke when I say your vote don't mean shit. It literally is a trick to get you to anytime you fill out your voter registration card and you check that little box that says under penalty of perjury. Those are contractual terms. Under penalty of perjury, I certify that I'm a U.S. citizen. Check here, please. You just fucking signed a contract. That's the thing. That's why you need to get out and vote. You got to do your duty to go vote for fucking whatever puppet we're going to fucking put in there anyway. Our agenda's moving forward with or without you or your fucking vote. The only thing that matters is where and with whom you spend your money. That, our purchasing power is our power. We are the consumers. All of their businesses need us to operate. So the moment that we say, nope, we're not buying shit from you no more. If you're a part of this fucking college of corporations, you know what I mean? Like Walmart and pretty much every fucking publicly traded company. That's the problem when you get to sit there and print the money over 100 years of time of buying shares whenever they're available. All of a sudden, boom, you have all of the controlling shares of this publicly traded company, and yet you get to hide behind their good name. So that's why.
Well, every regime in the past was always built upon like absolute power, absolute monarchy, and then nowadays people are responsible for their own selves, and that's that Luciferian doctrine that man can self-govern or govern himself, and nowadays people are really responsible for their own slavery, if you could really say that, like a manufactured consent Noam Chomsky. Everything that you do It is a contract, and you have to consent to it. Even if going to jail, you have to sign paperwork. When you get a job, you have to sign paperwork. You go to school as a kid, they have consent forms. So everybody's participating actively. They want you to know what they're going to do before they do it, the Satanist, and people consent to it out of their own free will. They kill themselves with the cigarettes, the alcohol, back during the boomer generation, the LSD that they was handing out to university students, those kids, with the MK Ultra experiments. And then nowadays, people are like playing video games with like demonic or satanic imagery inside of it, subliminal messaging. They're eating all the poison food that's very cheap, and then they're voting, just like you said, to vote.
Well, the vote is, I mean, you're consenting to shit. It's coercion. I mean, it's not really legal. I mean, why in the world would you ever take the study of logic out of the public education curriculum? Only if you want to produce an entire generation or two that is unable to think critically. They're all taught what to think, not how to think. That's the problem. That's the problem when you have a Catholic controlled education system. That's why if you read the Concordat agreements between the Vatican and Hitler and Mussolini, and why on earth was the Catholic Church, their largest concern was the education of the children. Catholic means universal, and I got to go to university to get my degree. That's you know what I mean? We're in a Catholic controlled fucking education system. It's a Catholic country now. It's not Christian, and that's what we need to fucking, that's what needs to be, what we need to stand for is
Who's responsible for public education? It's the government. So the government, we're giving power onto the government to go brainwash
no
our kids,
wrong.
essentially.
They used coercion. This is why they can use the law as a weapon against you because you're signing fucking contracts and you don't even know it. When you fill out a voter registration card, when you you'll fill out a driver's license application, a wedding license application, a fishing license application, hunting license, or any of that. You know what I mean? Every one of them have adhesion terms in them, and you're being coerced to surrender your God-given rights in exchange for government privileges. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just laughing a little from what you were saying.
On which part?
I don't know, because I was thinking about make your yes mean yes and your no mean no. I think you can only hear me when I'm on my headset, like when I walk right up to the computer. So like when I walk
Yes.
around, you guys
Yeah,
don't hear
when
me.
you're walking around, we cannot hear you.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'll bet your settings are set to your built-in microphone and not on the headset microphone.
Probably. I don't know. Okay, I'm just listening though.
All right. Yeah.
I'm just listening.
Well, this is this is the Bible's already told us Satan has to pull off a one world government, a one world religion, and a one world currency. So now this is why what we're seeing now.
It is really weird because you're the only person that I've ever gone on a live with where it's like feels more normal to stay in StreamYard, but you guys aren't even using it, are you?
Yeah,
Like,
we're on stream right now. Yeah, I only get, you know, because I use
But
the
it's
free version. That's why I only get like 20 hours, and then
well, it's all blue. It's all blue and looks good. And at the top, it has the little duck symbol, and it like literally acknowledges when I notice it. Cool. It's the same thing as like Ignite with the little how they talk about burger, pancake, or whatever they want to call it. But it says defense training beside it. Is that normal? It says defense training.
Well, yeah, defense training.
Are they
is
going to
what
charge me for
yeah.
this?
No. This is just what I titled it. As far as like, you know, Christians need to wake up to, you know, being able to defend themselves legally in law and understanding legalese. You know what I mean? You have to acknowledge there's a whole nother dictionary called Black's Law Dictionary where they have totally different definitions for the same words we use in everyday speech. So this is why, you know what I mean? This is fucked up. This is the problem with our education system, the bar association, that you've got to pay a bunch of money to get some special education to learn all of these words that can totally ruin your fucking life. You know what I mean? You can get sent to prison for the rest of your life.
Can I ask you a question, Brandon?
Sure.
How many times like, okay, I know you like King James. So when you think sovereign, just like, can you think of like verses that talk about that?
There never ever is the word sovereign in the whole King James Bible. That comes from all of the other Bibles. The other the other versions or perversions of Bible. So, but yeah,
So
like, you know, watch. Let me go here. See, I put it in sovereign, and I put the asterisk next to it. 0 times in 0 verses in the KJV, but it shows you
are
how.
you sure? Make sure he spelled it right, Jordan. Did he spell it right? And put T's. And look at, well, no, that's okay.
Yeah, I
I
spelled
don't
it
even
right.
have to put.
I know how to.
Hey Brandon, put this in there. SUZERAIN. Suzerain. So SUZERAIN.
URAIN, not E.
SUZERAIN. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Suzerain.
Okay, my bad.
All right. 0.
Oh, zeros. Maybe I said it right. Should we go back 3 seconds?
Yeah,
Or just
sovereign
change
though,
the
you know,
E
just
to
so
a,
you
was
know,
it a
yes,
U?
a sovereign means that there's no higher
Or
court
put a U
to
out
appeal
there?
to.
Sovereign means what? Don't be gay. Tell the truth.
I said
What does sovereign
sovereign
mean?
means, you know,
Sovereign.
that there's no higher court. You know how, like in our legal system, you can file an appeal to the appellant court. You know what I mean? That's a higher court than the court, you know, and you can appeal it all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court in this nation is, you know, the sovereign, you know, is sovereign. So
I mean, I'm just considering the word altogether, okay? Because it's just when a lot of people that really believe what they believe get together and actually have like decent conversations or discussions about it, I realize that this like sovereignty of God, like they talk about it like, I mean, even like people that are KJV only and really are big on like this is in the Bible or this isn't in the Bible. We're just like letting these like concepts float by with these like I don't even know if it's alphabet soup letters that are just like I don't know. how we pick them out. But anyways, they stick for a while, but then people start like really dividing. But I kind of think maybe it helps us to like figure out what we really believe or align with. And I guess some people figure out their entire identity from it. You know what I mean?
They totally, absolutely assimilate it to their personality. Absolutely. That's totally human. So, yeah, but as far as, sovereign is indeed a concept. So, I mean, it's not wrong to say that God is sovereign because, that is correct. You know what I mean? He absolutely is sovereign. There is no higher authority to appeal to. You know what I mean? He is, he has the absolute authority. Nobody can supersede his authority. That's why he's sovereign. So it's not wrong to say that, but yes, it's not a word that's in the Bible. It's not in the real Bible. It's in these other.
What about Most High? Most High?
Oh yeah, that's definitely in there. That's basically the same meaning as sovereign. Yeah, that's all over the place. Yeah, 98 times in 48 verses.
Let's look at 6:12. Ephesians 6:12 though. What's it talking about there? Do you know what I mean?
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So yes, this is, talking about Satan and the fallen angels and whatnot. They were the principalities were put in their place by God originally, but they rebelled against him. So like, the part in Daniel where Gabriel says that he was delayed by the prince of Persia. That's talking about a principality, not, a prince is not a son of the king. Like Walt Disney tried to pump into our fucking brains. But anyhow, a principality means that they are the the head of that district. So anyhow, it shows that the principalities are very powerful and territorial spirits. If they delayed Gabriel, and to where even Michael the archangel had to come and handle the situation so Gabriel could bring Daniel the message. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was sort of zoning out, but I mean, to be honest, it's 2:01 a.m. here, and
oh, you're East
I'm
Coast, huh?
No, yeah, it's the East Coast. Hello, I guess it's the East Coast to you. Is it the East Coast to
I'm in
everybody in
Arizona, yeah.
full existence?
Yeah, we're on Pacific time here.
2:01. No, that one's not even the real time to me. Hold on. You want to know 1:59 a.m. Why do you guys all? I don't even want to look at the numbers. Gosh, now I'm over here. My little thing is flickering for Dashton. Okay, that's so weird that happens, but it is a truth, and you can just everybody can whatever. Okay, hey,
what?
I need to hang up.
Okay,
I'm gonna
cool.
hang up.
No problem. Have a good night.
I might still be here, but could you hear me when I was outside or no?
No. Nope. It's
Brandon,
only when you're
was you
right there by
loud?
the mic is when we can hear you.
Okay, cool. But well, I don't have a mic right here.
Because it's the mic on your computer, on your
We already
laptop.
discussed that. I know. You don't have to explain it to me again.
Don't make me put you over my knee.
I know. I'm literally like, okay. You guys can What are you talking about right now? The armor of God? Are we going to put that on?
No, actually, Jordan and I are talking more about, the whole smart dust and
Oh, I brought that up.
yeah, how we're rolling into
Woman.
this one world government system to where,
Bring up the universalist thing. Hold on. Just look at it. I'm sorry. You should
talking
probably
about
mute me
Ace
if I want.
Theo shit.
Well, I'm talking about Knox, A.E. Knox.
Are you into
real
Ace
true, like
Theo's? Are
study and
you into Ace
endeavor that's
Theo's
worth
garbage?
something for real. For anybody that cares about what he was trying to do. I mean, I just don't know.
Who was trying to do? Ace Theo or who?
No, the concordant guy, A. Enoch and that whole version.
What do you mean, the Book of Enoch? You're talking about are you talking about the Apocrypha?
No, I'm not trying to make it a walking advertisement for anybody, but I was talking about the Bible that he uses, the translation they use, that concordant literal new. I think it's CLV if you're just Googling it. I think it'll pull it up that way. But he'll say it like CLNT.
CLV Bible?
Mm-hmm. I think that's
Concordant literal version.
Yeah. Greek. One Greek.
Yeah,
like
but
the Greek word to English.
Yeah, here's the problem though. All of the Greek lexicons and concordances and shit are all based off of the Alexandrian text. It's not.
Just make. Okay.
Yeah, it's not based off of the.
You're not telling me any new problem. I'm just gonna go ahead and let you know.
All righty,
I'm
good.
not saying that there. I'm saying
I thought you were trying to say this is a good one here. I was like,
no. It is there. There's never been any. I've literally picked up all kinds of stuff and really benefited from it. So I'm not saying that. No, I'm not. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm a real King James person in real life. And all the modern versions are good. And this one's good too, but I mean it's like for people that are into that and study that and want to know more and want to have more purpose. A lot of times that's because of stuff they've experienced in their own life or their own walk. It's kind of their own relationship, their own salvation when they go to those kind of lengths and depths. You know what I mean? To grasp and seek and search out, like for real. So I believe it. I mean, I believe like a lot, like when it comes to people that really are trying to just seek truth and like promote that, if that makes sense. Or to just show like how far they got, like in their endeavors on it. You know what I'm saying?
You mean like endeavors in spirituality? Is that what you in whatever their idea of God is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, some people. How many people do you think died thinking that Jesus was going to come back in their lifetime and they've died? Like, how many generations could we go back saying that?
I mean, really, there's no, we don't really know.
Just like make a guess, Brandon. You're pretty smart.
I don't even
You
know
could
how to
probably
guess that number of.
Well, Jordan's here. He's young.
I'm saying
He
though,
can do it.
I think.
How many?
Let me just say
we're
this.
talking 2,000 years ago, basically.
Let
right?
me
No,
illustrate a point real quick, because let me just illustrate a quick.
Did he leave?
Yeah,
I pulled
because
a new tab. I can't even see you guys. Can you still hear me? And I'm a little
yes,
bit
we
like
can hear you.
not high, but I'm getting giddy for no reason, just because it's the time. It's probably the moon or something's floating over.
Nappy time.
The sky's red outside right now, but it's like foggy red. Like you can't even see any of the stars.
Let me illustrate my point like this, though, okay? Because it's, in my opinion, Like I don't like how in a lot of horror movies that the murderer or the monster guy is some guy that keeps quoting Bible verses. He's some religious whack job. And so, this is why I think there's been a lot more publishing of people claiming, God can
Do
be
you
your.
have more than 2 witnesses of movies doing that?
What was that? Sorry?
Do you have more than 2 witnesses in movies doing that?
Do I have more than 2 witnesses?
Like
in movies
2,
doing-
like how many? I can think of one. I can't remember what it was called, but there was one. It might come to me. The guy was
There's a
like,
lot of them, actually.
"Well,
Hold
I
on.
mean, do you have more than 2?"
Well, remember
How many can you think?
Poltergeist? Do you remember
I was
Poltergeist?
just gonna try to make it real, huh?
Yeah, do you remember the movie Poltergeist?
I'm not good at this because I'm really not good at stuff like this. I have
Oh.
seen pretty much every movie, but if you call it to my, I zone out and stuff. I was like never diagnosed as a kid to have ADHD or whatever, so I just like get through life by smiling.
Well,
You under,
yeah. So I mean, you somehow you made it this far.
yeah, onto the Brandon Irish show.
There you go.
U.N.I. I'm
The-
sorry.
The
I'm a
best
little bit
show.
up late. It feels like it. Is Jordan still there or no? What do you think
Are you still
sovereign
here, Jordan?
means?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you
I'm
making
supposed to
any
look it up
sense out of
now.
this?
Now she's
No.
like Britney Spears when she's doing those rants. On it.
Sovereign in KJV is where?
Exactly. It's not.
The word sovereign does not appear in the text of the King James
In the
Version
King
Bible.
James, it says he's the Most High. That's kind of
While
means.
modern translations like the NIV use sovereign Lord over 300 times. Oh, okay.
Correct.
Okay, no big whoop. No big whoop. That ain't no big deal, guys. There's a 3 in it.
But it's
Right?
a problem though.
Just take
with
it over. Just look
look.
at that 3, guys,
Yeah.
because you know you like the 3. Don't deny it. Take that 3. Take that 3. Take it. Take it. You see that 3?
That
What's
3?
it mean? I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now, but I'd be sad if it was just a 3. Lord, we really need to talk. No. Anyway.
Okay. All right. All right. Just continue. Just ignore me. You should mute me out of here, Brandon.
I should boot you out of here?
I said mute. The KJV typically translates these Hebrew terms as Lord God or Lord God. You want to talk to me like that? They're talking back to me in caps. You want to know what this means? NASB? It's the difference between the Textus Receptus. That's what I'm talking about. Why does it matter when you say Christ Lord or Jesus Christ?
Are you reading
Jesus?
like Dashton's comments or something? Because
Oh no, you don't get it? It's okay. I'm not trying to like distract or anything. No, I was just thinking out
I'm
loud.
not sure if you're talking to me or reading someone's comments or anyhow. Yeah.
No, I'm just taking it all in as I can.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
I don't know what to say about that, but anyhow, yeah, no, Jordan and I, before you busted in with the Sovereign KJV, and 12 other
What is
stuff.
this? Hey, Brandon Irish, I have a question for you. What does this mean? I'm just gonna read this to you and you can tell me if I'm right about this.
Okay.
Sovereign. The word sovereign is not found in the Old or New Testament of the King James Version. Where it is found, it appears in the introductory material. specifically in the epistle dedicatory to King James, where it refers to King James as most dread sovereign and our king and sovereign.
Right.
KJV alternate phrases. The concept of God's sovereignty is present in the KJV, but it is expressed through terms like Lord God, Most High, dominion, and power. Do you know what I'm talking about with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm tracking.
Okay. I'm not saying
I'm
that.
just
I'm not
wondering
saying that.
if
I'm
we're
not
gonna
saying
make
it's
it
not
to a
there. I
destination.
recognize what they're doing with the caps and the tetragram. I understand what they are doing with, like, okay, a 4-letter word is a 4-letter word. You can keep saying it. Okay, I get that. I mean, they do that. Like, is the stock market stuff like that too? Probably. Anything is probably. But like, you still like, why are they switching why are they putting the first and I don't know why they're switching the first and last really in real time, but do you think they're actively using that? That's what I don't understand. If we're just supposed to read the Bible and believe it and know it works like actively, or if they really are like into it and understanding whatever fullness is here and stuff. That starts getting kind of weird because it is dependent on like people. And
So now
just
check this out though, because this is why it's so
not
important.
dependent, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So, but this is why it's so important to, you have to be indwelt with the Holy Spirit in order to interpret scripture correctly. Because, according to this verse right here, 1 Timothy 1:7, desiring to be teachers of the law. Okay. And this is, when
I'm
you
being
read
rude
it,
in my head. I'm so sorry. I was in my head. I was telling you to keep your own gum. I'm so sorry.
you
That
are
is so
telling me to
rude, but
what?
that's what I talk about when I think about you and your stupid ass serpent seed. I'm not even kidding, but I'm kidding in real life.
You are
Yes,
definitely reading Dashton's comments now, for sure.
right. What? I didn't even look at them. I'm being
Whatever.
so free. I'm being free. There's gonna be real consequences. No, they're
There's
not.
going to be real consequences to who? Me?
No, me. I would never do anything mean to anybody. Are you kidding?
I am totally fucking
I'm
lost.
better than to be mean. Duh. Some
Huh.
people can't help it. If you can help but be mean, you should. Like in real life. You don't chemicals and stuff do that crap like to people. No kidding. Like to where they can't even like control how they like some stuff like it's just like it's so perfect. And then just one tiny thing fucks it up and it pisses you off so bad that you just want to like cuss the world and everything in it. But it's okay. We're here. It's fine. Like I understand what they're dealing with kind of. But I can't really like be a teacher or preacher on how to like say, hey, here's what you do to like maintain your sanity like daily forever. I can't really do that. Like, I can yeah, I'm sorry. And you know what I realized today, Brandon? When they're
What?
talking about Calvinism and they're talking about dead people, like if we come across people that are not believers, like for real, like, or let's just say, yeah, like just, I don't know how we're going to totally identify that, but you can figure that out. But in real life, if we do,
You were talking about Calvinism and then, did you lose your train of thought or what?
well, when you're in Calvinism, have you ever come across somebody that's not a believer?
I've never been in Calvinism. I'm totally against Calvinism. So I've never been in it. I've always been
Well, like the
against
truth
it.
and spirit of it is kind of a real thing because you're so big on your your contract covenant law stuff. I mean,
well, right here, this verse that I got pulled up, this verse right here is revealing that the whole Bible is the law, because it's talking about all of these people that want to be Bible teachers, and they have no clue what they're even talking about. And this is why it says, from which some having swerved have turned aside unto vain jingling. They just keep talking.
the whole Bible.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I kept talking.
Yeah, the entire Bible is the law. The whole Bible. So when you're teaching the Bible, you're teaching the law, and you should be able to legally interpret what is being said.
Well, if you're a legal interpreter of the law, then that would make you a lawyer, right?
No. Right here in the next verse, it even says, but we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully. So
Yeah.
law is
an interpreter of the law.
Law is a very good.
That sounds good.
Well,
What's wrong with that? Why can't that make sense?
Absolutely. Do you want to live in a kingdom with God of law and order, or do you want to live in a kingdom of chaos, of no law and order? I like law and order. I believe that King David was a man after God's own heart, specifically because David loved the law. Him and God had that in common. That's why he was a man after God's own heart after all the fucked up shit he did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess that all kind of really truly depends on the situation. I don't know if we're talking like in the moment, circumstance, situation, event, or like forever, lifetime. Like that kind of changes it. Don't you think?
Hey, Jordan, could you step in and interpret for me what the fuck he is talking about? Because I am fucking like, what? You know what I mean? I don't even know how to respond to this shit. So, anyways, yeah. Anyhow, yes, I do believe that law is a wonderful technology that God has given man. This is how you run an entire society of millions of people that will be in God's kingdom. You know what I mean? Jordan took off. So anyhow, that's in order for everybody to be truly free. If we all just stick to these rules for society, then boom, you know what I mean? Everybody's gonna have a wonderful life. That's why I too, I love the law. I love the power that it brings as far as, for justice. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, everything that we see going on in this country right now.
But when you're saying law, are you talking about the law like the government, like the state?
I'm talking about the law of the government. Yes, the law of this land.
So you're not talking about like Torah, Bible.
I am, as in heaven as it is in earth.
Okay, so where do you
law,
where do you mesh that? Like just in your own voice? Like honestly, faithfully, truthfully? Seems that way. I mean, that's what I'm asking. Like, is that
let me
a
put it
good
to you
truth?
like this. Like, for example, thou shalt not steal is the very first precept of law that is the first thing that starts establishing property rights. So that's why the Bible says precept upon precept, line upon line.
Can I ask you some questions?
Sure.
Okay. I'm asking you real, okay? Okay. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, let me buckle in.
I'm not gonna be able to quit laughing. If Race wakes up, then I'm probably gonna have to leave. Okay, hold on. Listen. Just calm down, Whitney. This is real. From which some of it swerved.
What?
From which the faith and faint. I'm sorry, this isn't even funny, guys. Everybody calm down. Now, the end of the commandment is charity. Brother Brandon, I'm looking at you.
What? What in the fuck are you drinking tonight, woman? What is up? I am.
Listen to this. This is real. This is real. This is so real. In real life, though, guys, I'm not making this funny. I'm just saying this is this is a really good, right, for like new pastors. These epistles. I heard that before, and I still believe that. But let's just calm down. Okay, Whitney, stop. What were you gonna ask, Brandon?
What was
Pure
I
heart
asking?
and of a good conscience and of a faith unfeigned, from which having swerved have turned aside unto vain jangling, desiring to be teachers of the law, understanding neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. Well, let's make sure I'm not that. What do I affirm? Look back. Did we affirm anything here?
Yeah, see, we should be affirming the doctrine of Christ, the
What did you
actual.
affirm? That America is doing something that is active, working, reliant on the word of God. When you go into a courtroom in America and I actually have gone to prison before, I'm telling you the truth, and nobody asked me to put my hand on the Bible.
What? You've been to prison, Whitney?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that tonight for sure.
What?
But I'm not gonna talk about it tonight
Okay.
because that would be a long thing. But
Huh.
yeah, but you don't have to put your hand on the Bible.
It's not for some like Lorena Bobbitt shit, is it? No.
Is she the cutter offer?
Yeah. That threw his wiener in the bushes.
Like your 8 skin? No, it was more than that.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Well, I'm glad you're in the East Coast and I'm in the West Coast. No,
No, I'm just kidding. No. I don't know what you. When I said more than that, I was just talking out loud and thinking I should get off. I need to hang up and let you go to bed.
Yeah, I probably ought to get to bed.
Thanks for letting me come on and say hey to you.
Yeah, no, hey, it's, it was interesting.
Did you listen to Veckel tonight?
I did not. Why was he? Did he watch any of my stuff against Calvinism?
Why would he?
Because it's not true. You should.
What's not true?
Calvinism is not true.
Prove it.
Well, if anybody can show me one verse in the Bible that ever teaches that the Holy Ghost enters into a person before belief, then I'll go ahead and entertain Calvinism. But there's the crux of the issue right there. Calvinism believes that the Holy Ghost...
Oh, that's what ill meant. That's what Illuminati meant when he was saying what came first, belief or life.
Well, the Bible is super duper clear on this issue that once they believe, then the Holy Ghost will enter into you. There's no gray area here. And this is why, and that is the crux of the issue for Calvinism and where it falls apart. The entire foundation of Calvinism just fell apart right there. So you allow the Bible to correct you, or you can attempt to correct the Bible. You gonna teach God something new?
No, I'm not. Are you kidding me?
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking about Veckel.
What do you think Veckel's doing? Are you kidding? Everybody's just trying to. I don't know.
Yeah, but we've addressed.
We definitely should not be so dumb.
Yeah, we've addressed this issue several times with Jill and with Veckel, and they won't let go. They won't let it go. You know what I'm saying? You have to let go of this bullshit idea. You know what I mean? When it says that they were predestined,
I don't think they have to let it go. Are you kidding me? I think that it's a
you should
measure
let
of
go of
faith.
false beliefs. If the Bible teaches the exact opposite of what you
I
believe,
think it's a measure of faith thing. Legitimately. Like if you're really gonna highlight that, what was it, 11 or 14? When we're talking in Acts about the whole household being saved, like let's talk about a measure of faith. You know what I mean? Like for you and your whole household? And how fruitful of a family are we talking? I don't know what's going on here. It's generational. I'm not gonna discount any kind of I like that stuff. I like going and digging up artifacts or learning about whatever who was here and what they believed and their ancestry stuff. I'm not gonna deny all of that stuff and people that died for even if I mean, sometimes I feel bad when we say these people were wrong when they, you know what I mean, and they're already dead and we don't even I don't know,
so
that
what,
stuff
do you
kinda
think
sucks.
I'm saying that all Calvinists went to hell?
Oh, so you're saying all Calvinists what?
No, I'm not saying that Calvinists necessarily went to hell, but I think that their position, their theology, or their doctrine misrepresents the Lord, so it made them far less fruitful.
I'm not saying that the father doesn't have something well, I don't know. I should correct my own self with this. This is something I would regularly do is challenge myself on that, but I already know I'm gonna talk about the son and the father as the same, like right there. But there's no reason to think the father doesn't have things that the son would not. I don't think. I don't think. I mean, like if it was a planned son, a predestined son, then I would probably say there's plenty that maybe like the good stuff, but if there's anything that we want to make sure is not, but then we're talking about God, right? Like the sovereignty of God. So, what does the sovereignty of God really mean to you? Like perfect?
No, it literally to me it literally means there is no higher authority that you can appeal to. He is the most high. This is it. The buck stops right here. You know what I mean? You can't if God says you're going to hell, there is
No, because you
no
can still rebel. You can still rebel. So that's not what we mean when we're saying sovereign. Like this is the I mean, I don't
okay,
know. I don't know. I'm not
listen,
sure. I'm not
Veckel
a
and
good
Jill, let me
definer
say
of
it
this
like
word
this
yet.
real yeah, let me say it like this because Veckel and Jill
'Cause I
broke
see so 5. So 5 rain. That's what I see when I keep looking at it. Or over like how I don't know. Anyways, keep going. I just don't even I look it up. I look up the sovereignties thing. I see about it, how we talk about God being sovereign. I know I'm not the only person
Okay, but
that
Calvinism turns
realizes
it into like as though God, jumps in and possesses you in certain moments and shit. Like this is how they romanticize sovereignty into the,
yeah, but you don't
nothing.
think of it like that. You think of that as what, angels?
No, I don't believe that a Christian, somebody that's
What
indwelt
do
with
you
the Holy
think? Do
Spirit.
you know what it's like to feel like something is another entity is somewhat not totally entirely possessing you like that, but what do you think is doing that? You think that's an angel?
No, definitely not. You talking about like temptation moments or what?
I don't know, but I'm saying is it an angel or well, you said or what? I don't know. I don't know, but I thought that you would figure it was angels.
Was
Do
what
angels
an
get a
angel?
chance to say yay or nay?
Huh?
Do angels get a chance to say yay or nay?
Angels absolutely have free will. That's why a third of the angels rebelled against God.
So, like, our time too?
What do you mean our time too?
Human and angel time's different, right?
Human and angel time is different. I would say yes to that. Because they're already, immortal. You know what I'm saying? So this is why, and hell was a place prepared for the devil and his angels. And this is why, to me, if you pay attention to all of the legal words and stuff in the Bible, it reveals that there are different jurisdictions. Just like the prince of Persia, that Daniel, in the book of Daniel, that Gabriel was delayed, and Michael the archangel had to come in and take care of the prince of Persia so Gabriel could go and deliver his message to Daniel. So this is where that reveals that it's a jurisdiction like over Persia. He's that evil spirit is a principality over the land area and all of the people in Persia. And this is where, these principalities are, they have a lot of cultural influence. Like there's a principality of music that influences a lot of people, movies and music, and you know what I mean? It's cultural warfare, and these particular principalities are quite genius, and they are the ones that inspire the thoughts of evil men like fucking Hitler and Mussolini, and you know what I'm saying? Those principalities, when they're, someone is not a child of God, whose child are they? Jesus said, "You're of your father, the devil." So this is why, Satan has property rights on you. You're marked for death by sin from the, you know what I mean, the day you're born. So you're his property, unless, of course, you are redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. Now you're God's property, and God respects property rights. You know what I mean? Because God does everything lawfully because he's just. So that's why, if you are, when when your court date hits, if you're property of the devil, you're going to go to the place that was prepared for the devil and his angels because you're their property. This is why the mark of the beast is such a scary thing.
I am not aware. I'm just going to go ahead and say that I have no idea about having a court date currently.
Well,
Like,
the day you die, the day you die, it says, it's appointed unto man once to die, and after this, the judgment. Every one of us
You
have
can't hear
a
me
court
when I
date.
go outside. I'm going back outside, but I'm listening to you. When you say,
Well,
you know what I mean? I
yeah,
want to.
I'm actually gonna go to bed because it's already fucking 11:30 my time. So,
Okay, good night. Good night.
Do you smoke?
Well, like,
Is that why you're going outside to have a cigarette or what?
I am quitting vaping nicotine.
Oh,
And
you're
I
vaping.
did actually get cigarette. I didn't buy them. The lady at the tobacco outlet was like, "Here, take
So-
this pack."
I'm just curious, is your fiance sitting there playing video games right now?
No, he's in bed. He has a job he's got to go to in the morning.
Oh, okay.
But I
was
guess
just
he's
curious
just
if
letting me do
that
my
dude's
thing. He
just
could
sitting
probably
there.
hear me.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not being too loud. Yeah, I don't know. He knows I was liking Beckles. I was like getting into it kind of because I really give a lot of thought to the Calvinistic stuff. I mean, not like I mean how they say it and speak it or what we get from the the wording or terms of it. Like it does frustrate me, but also it does when we're talking about who's alive and who's dead right now. Because do you have anybody in your life that you know right now that you wish would be saved?
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
Oh, okay. So why are you talking to dead people?
Why am I talking to dead people?
Yeah, aren't they dead?
Oh, you mean spiritually dead?
You said it.
Well, I mean, as far as like, I didn't say it. You're dragging that Calvinist shit in here. So, I'm saying that yeah, sure, people are dead in their sin, meaning that they're condemned. And if they die in their sin, they will go to hell because God will uphold the law always and forever. So, I mean, read Psalms 119.
Who's
Yeah.
the law for?
What was that?
Who's the law for?
It's for us, for the sinner. We don't know. How would you know anything about how to be holy without something to instruct you or guide you? You know what I mean? I never ever knew. I never
Tell
knew
me,
until
tell me about that. Tell me about that time you felt holy.
I never
Brother
felt
Raven.
holy. What are you talking about?
Well, what were you just saying?
When have I ever felt holy? I've never felt holy. I'm not holy.
Okay.
I'm still
Not holy.
dragging around this bag of bones. I'll never be holy in these bag of
So,
bones.
is there something that's making us holy?
I mean, we are to be growing in grace, and the Bible says that grace is a teacher. So, yeah, we should, we're growing. This is why,
Have you heard? There's a girl that I really like a lot that comes around sometimes, and she talks about his righteousness versus like our righteousness, and like us trusting in human righteousness was like our idols and stuff. I mean, I honestly think like how everybody talks about Ace having, oh, he's got the best news, he's got the best gospel where everybody's saved. I mean, hers is better.
yeah, but that's fucking
Hers is
ridiculous.
talking about like
Ace's,
we were trusting in our works, and that was not.
Ace's fucking garbage is the most nonsensical garbage. I mean, it makes God just look completely Looney Tunes. Like, what would be the point of Jesus dying on the cross if everybody's just saved? If everybody's going to heaven, it is absolute madness.
Well, I have like truthfully, as somebody that has been very mainstream, like for real, like I really have wondered about it. Like, did he really have to, like this, like that? Like, I've really thought about that. Like, looked at, and right now that a case is it a case for Christ or against Christ right now? But I'm sure there's a book out right now about it that's
Are
popular
you
with
talking
people.
about Lee Strobel?
You know, I do not know.
Yeah,
I
Lee
just know that
Strobel
there's
did a
always
case for Christ. He was an atheist that wanted to debunk Christianity, and he became a Christian.
right.
Yeah, so that's why he wrote A Case for Christ. So, anyways, and yeah, I'm not.
Well, I mean, how can you see like how far away like you're like this sounds so stupid. I'm about to say it. Are you ready? You know how they say
Sure.
like all humans are connected?
I believe humans are connected. Absolutely.
Like DNA wise, they say that. Is that true? Yeah or nay?
That we're all original. Yeah, we all boil down to shit. Seth, Ham, and Japheth.
Wait, what? Oh yeah,
Noah's three sons after the flood is where all genetic lines come from. Yeah, I absolutely believe that. So, and
Yeah,
then,
but the way genetics work would show that their ancestry would still be able to survive.
well, and things got, another big event, the Tower of Babel is where you have different,
Babel is when? Before or after the flood?
after the flood.
Okay, so first you flood everything.
Right. And then then the eight people
And this
come
is
off
what
8 people come off the boat and they start having babies.
Are
And
you
when
sure about this?
Yeah, and when you live to be 900 years old, you have a lot of babies. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the thing as far as there was a lot of, a lot of population growth going on right after the flood. So anyways, and then but yeah, then you have the Tower of Babel where now all of a sudden you have, a bunch of different languages that cause completely different cultures, you know what I mean? Which we call races now, when there's really only one race, the human race. But science has to come in and put a new definition on it that's confusing, so that people think that there's different races when there's really only one human race.
I know someone that is truly Melungeon. Do you know about Melungeon people?
I do not.
Yeah.
Melungent?
No, Melungeons. I don't know if they think that's a bad word or not, like online, but it's not to them. I don't think. I don't know if they even know that they are that.
So what are they, like fucking Amazon people or what?
Uh,
Like pygmies in some deep jungle or what? You know what I mean?
like how we buy cars. Only if you're gonna buy like what you know of as a human and not think you were just being tricked, but it was believable to you.
Huh. Yeah, no, I've never heard of the Melungent people, but anyhow, it's yeah, this is where we get all of these different what did he say? He said, "Hi Brandon, just tuned in. Speaking of Babel, I've noticed some babblers have been in your chat." Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm babbling. I did drink beer earlier tonight with my guy. I'm sorry, but I've been talking to you guys, so I hope I'm not being too silly and you're able to translate. Brandon, enough.
Yeah.
You can go to bed though, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm totally ready. I got to get my butt to bed. It's already 1:45 now. So, and I got work to do in the morning. But yeah, next time you should definitely pop in. You know what I mean? You're a little difficult to understand at times, but pleasant to talk to. So,
Okay, thanks. Have a good night, Brandon.
you too. Good night.
Night.
All righty, y'all. I'm going to go to bed. Holy Spirit guided. Peace out, brother. Hope you all have a good night. God bless.